is up, y'all, and welcome to the Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe and why. But the fun has yet to begin. In fact, the subjects will be put down, hopefully at the bottom towards the end of the show, because we're getting into fun. This is the Theist Helpline. Boop, boop, shoop, a woo, whoop, a doop, a shoop, a whoop, a boop, a boop, a boop, boop, boop. That's right, everyone. Welcome. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And then you get to hit that bell icon so that you can see our premieres or join our live streams. I am sending love to everyone out there, including my co-host James W. and the entire Skeptic and Ranting community. I have been craving getting up here. We were supposed to do a Bible study. James was up for it, and I got succumbed by paperwork, but I very much badly want to start doing more streams. I think I am going not in my work life, family life, love life, but in my mind with and this is the countdown to how long can she not get political. But I'm going stir crazy, especially between the political climate, which, oh my goodness, sending so much love. This is a show about atheism and theism, which really it's mistaken that to be an atheist, you have to be a liberal. It is a big tent name. There's really no preclusion. Yes, in our society today, there are more conservative theists and there are more liberal atheists. However, it's really just answering one question: do you believe in a God? And so we will invite some people. We'll be heading towards the Discord. I'll send out some shout outs and see if I can get in so we're not on Amy time and late for the intro. But I'll keep on doing more house cleaning. Again, the Carlin in me has just been growing deeper and deeper. I've been such an not how should I say this, because I think an idealist philosophy wise is different than me just being an idealist in general, a more positive person, an optimist, one would say. I still think I am in day-to-day life. But Carlin was just right in so many ways. And the more that I think I fought some of his harder lessons, the more they have come true. I think this is my way of saying I also want to get back up on stage, because I just need to vent. What is up, Austin Sims? What is up, everybody? Keep on saying hi, and I'll keep on saying hi. In fact, we'll do some shout outs so that we can get on to some theist fun. Thank you to all the people who keep this channel running, like viewers like yourself, but also all of our channel members, like those with our evolving badge system down below. Evolution is a common fight still with creationists. And can I tell you why that drives me crazy? Especially with the last statistic I saw was 40% of America, I do believe in some form of creationism. Is that, oh, and look, it only took me how many minutes to bring up the LGBTQ? But I'm only bringing that up because they're like, oh, you want to talk about biology? And it's like, yes, I do want to talk about biology, because I feel like when we actually talk about basic biology, it's not like sex and gender and all this stuff that came, millions of years later in multicellular organisms. organisms, if I could speak English. But how about we are animals? We are mammals? We're apes? If you can agree that we are a human, an animal, or I'm sorry, a human. I guess you would agree we're a human. If you could agree that humans are apes, mammals, and maybe we could start to talk about biology. I don't know. Sending so much love. Natural selection, not only true, but so is common ancestry. It is okay to admit we are related to all other creatures on Earth. That's not a scary thing. It is also the backbone of modern biology. Again, the political wars that they're actually bringing up have been solved since like the 80s. Oh my God. I don't even want to say them by name. I feel like it's Voldemort. If I bring it up, they just start arguing about it. Anyway, let's send love out. What's up, Left-Handed Jedi? Good morning, good morning. As well as all of the wonderful people at Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Let me do. As I try, everyone likes to hear clicking sounds. Aha. All right. But yes, my last pet peeve, the world is indeed 4.5 billion years old. Again, if we want to talk just, who believes in science, please don't come to me with 4 to 6 to 10,000 years old. My friggin' goodness. I know. You can hear the disgust. They truly do look down on animals, on other animals, I should say. And I like to think of it, it should be the opposite. We should take other animals who are as equally evolved, has had the same amount of genetic mutations, and we rise up with them. Many other smart animals out there. And yes, all right. I'm going to send out the love. Thank you. Sending love to Azo, reminding us we have a skeptic and ranting community. Chris Disciple, reminding us that we have theists in that skeptic and ranting community. You just have to be a skeptic. As well as Dale Pastel. Thank you so much, Dale, reminding us we just are looking for empirical evidence. I often get, what is your epistemological framework? Very fancy. What do you know what you know? I like empirical data. I'm open to argumentation. I think most skeptics are, but it's just weird that God can't be empirically tested. I digress. Davegar, I already covered this, but the world is round. The world is 4.5 billion years old. Again, that's not even that old. If we think about the terms of how long the universe is actually going to go, kind of short. But yes, sending love to also Rachel Holen, reminding us we should probably take slaves from the consenting humans on kink websites instead of going to the nations around you, killing the men, and then just taking the women and children as your own. But they're the good guys. Right. Sending love also to our two girl decks, sending so much love to Rejos, reminding us that we are doing a skeptic Bible study. We want to get back into it, baby. The Bible itself, although it's either dry or violent, it's worth looking into because this is what they actually believe. I'm going to take a sip, excuse me. Thank you. All right. Saying love, Rejos, and sending love to Ian Davenport, reminding us that these apologetic arguments are bad. Contingency argument, the kalam, it doesn't matter what they're trying to give us. I'm just trying to find something that would, I don't know, we could pass in a lab. And what is up, everyone else? What is up, Kevin? Good morning, heathens. Good morning, Sumami. It's right. There's a lot of other intelligent animals, if not more intelligent. I find, she says crows are smarter than humans. I find that birds, I believe, have a very sophisticated language. And many of them can pass the mirror test, which in and of itself is pretty amazing, just like dolphins. But all right, I'm looking. It looks like okay. On my way, because we are going to get ready to head to the Theist Helpline. But I hope you've all been good. I owe it really to you. I owe it to James and the community and my own sanity to stream more. And thus, I'll tell you, I'm hoping that's a coming. I think I've been able to consolidate time. And what's up, Zoshalax? What's up, everybody? And all right. We're going to get into it. I'll keep on blabbing if they're still setting up. But if not... Oh, please also tell me if you hear everyone properly when they do start talking.
Right. What's up?
Woo-hoo. Hello, hello. How are you, Taco?
Doing well. I bumped it back to 10:15 on the start time just to see who else joins, because sometimes they join a few minutes late. Might just be you and I today, though, but I thought Grayson was going to join us.
Well, I'm up by playing it with you and doing what you think we should do.
Just two-person this if we need to.
Just remember, Taco, that with another person, it would still be a threesome.
True.
But yeah, I hope you're well, and I'll basically blab to my audience, and I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Cool. Yeah, I saw you were already streaming. I'm going to message Grayson and T-Jump and see where they're at.
Okay. So anyway, I'm metaphorically ready enough to talk politics. No. Oh my God, do I want to though?
Just avoid politics, because that's a bad idea. That isolates people.
Yo, was he was reading me? No, Taka. Though I'll tell you, I am probably going to start doing comedy again. That will probably touch on that. The hardest part is making sure that you do win over everyone. The people I look to are like Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr, who can, hopefully take you along for the trip. Not in this stream, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I just feel like bringing up politics, everyone has an opinion that sucks, and people are pushed like far left or far right, and I don't know.
Sure.
It's hard to have a good conversation about politics because everybody's opinions are so opposed.
And
even as a centrist, I think I'm like a left-leaning centrist. The left people hate me, right?
Well, and I will say, for the longest time, I've considered myself an extreme moderate. I guess I would consider myself a liberal who is moderate at this point. I feel like I'm being pushed more liberal by the politics going in the United States. However, I would traditionally view myself trying to be a centrist and I like compromise. I like it when people work together. I used to hate political arguments. So it's just, I don't know. It's a weird time to live in.
I was like left in 2008. Like I was all for Obama, and people would be like, call me communist. And I mean, I'm not a communist, right? But they'll be like, you're a communist or whatever. You're leaning super far left, whatever. But like my position has stayed pretty much exactly the same, right? And I feel like I've moved a lot right, not because of like to more towards center, right? Which is why I say I'm a centrist, because the left has gone so much further left than where I was in 2008, and I've kind of like stayed in the same. Like I still think I'm progressive and whatnot, but I want a good economy, right? But I don't know. I just feel like it's gone so far left now that it's pushed me center, right? And I haven't changed at all.
See,
I mean, I'm sure I've changed a little bit, right? But you know what I'm saying there.
I guess. See, I'm just tired of the social issues. And the social issues, to me, I feel like they're coming from the right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I
voted Kamala, but like, what the hell? Why did we have to vote for Kamala, right? Like why couldn't we have had a real candidate?
Sure. Well, here's I have a bigger problem is I didn't believe in voting. I was one of those people. I was talking earlier how that was one of the things that I believe that Carlin told me. He didn't vote. I didn't vote. And it wasn't until this very specific guy that I was scared enough to actually care enough to start voting. And that was probably a mistake because I've learned.
Why was it Kamala? Why would you give us an idiot? Like, have you heard her talk? She's an NPC. She's literally an NPC. Why would you put a presidential candidate up there that's an NPC?
She sounded like a decent person to me. I don't know. To me, it was like the choice between an insane person and an insane person. And they could have picked anyone, and I would have still voted for them because of who he is as a human being. That's the weird thing. When I talk politics, it's hard to criticize because I can't criticize conservatives because I technically don't view the president as a conservative. I don't really view him as a Republican. He would be.
I think he's an atheist. I think he's always.
I would say he's an atheist as well. I think he's our first atheist president, unless Obama was.
Like I think he's just pushing the Christian shit to get the vote of or get the party to back him, right? And get all the super conservatives to back him, right? But because the super conservatives are all the ones that actually vote. But I think he's definitely an atheist. There's no way he's not an atheist.
I would say so. That's the only way you could sell Bibles the way he does and get them made so cheaply. And then, they ask him questions about like, what's his favorite Bible quote? And he'll say, well, that's too personal. And that's his way of saying that he's never read the Bible.
Yeah, I think he's definitely an atheist in sheep's clothing.
The problem is he is what I view as the most dangerous politician that you can have because he's apolitical. Because he doesn't have views, they can just give him things. This is like they'll hand him executive orders. So he'll be like, oh, what's this? They'll be like, oh, it's this thing that we really like. He'll be like, ooh, that's a big one. He doesn't really give a shit. He just signs it, goes on. And so it's like this weird combination in like the far right have their guy and the guy just wants to be patted on the head.
Right. I listened to him talk yesterday for like 10 minutes. I was taking a shower and I would put on his speech and I was just listening to him. And he literally talked for like 7 minutes and didn't make a point. He was just saying filler.
Oh, yeah.
It was all literally just filler.
He's the atypical guy of the guy who didn't do the book report. And they're like, they're asking him, 1984, it was a year. Things happened. Some bad things, some good things. And, That's the whole shtick.
Yeah, he was like they tried to buy the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, and then they tried to sell it back to us at 200%. And then he talked about like around what he said there, literally for like 7 minutes, at just explaining how bad of a deal it was, and saying stuff like a judge blocked it, and he thinks he did good there. It was literally just filler. There was no content there besides what he told us about the like what why would you not make your point and then move on to the next point? Why are you sitting there dropping filler for 7 minutes when there's 500 reporters in the audience that want information about stuff from you?
There you go. See, Taco, I have very similar views. See, it's again, it's not really like a left wing, right wing thing. I just honestly think he is the worst that the Northeast has to offer. I see many of the traits that I dislike about myself. I see in him, like they're stupid things, like the Big Mac, like he would die if he, had to leave the country and eat anything. He's never worked a real job in his life, and yet they think he's this great businessman. All that kind of shit, and now he's just doing insane things, like the trying to go to war with all these different countries, trying to take over Greenland, apparently. And I don't know. Again, I it's not about hating conservatives. I actually sympathize. In some ways, I especially at my job and things, I prefer to dress more modestly. I think that you could have a conversation about what it means to have conservative values and what it means to have tradition and talk about family and all these things. And I just think he is like the opposite of almost all of that. And so we just live in this weird time period where things are just up is down, down is up. But yeah.
I just think our president should be direct and to the point and actually talk about things that matter.
Yes, not Arnold Palmer's penis.
Regardless of which side they're on, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's hard to convince. I probably will never convince anyone of this, but if Trump ran as a Democrat, you should vote Republican. Like, it really is. It's not about party. It is about country. And there are many decent Republicans. John McCain, Mitt Romney, I understand that they're now hated by many in the Republican Party, unfortunately. But they were good people. As crazy as their views are, they're decent human beings.
Orbital said they're a big fan of yours, and I tried inviting them up. I don't know, they're not getting pulled up for some reason, but I did invite them up.
And either way, thank you, Orbital.
I guess we'll go ahead and get started. It's not letting them get up here. That's weird.
Maybe we have to start the stage? No, I don't know.
I'll go ahead and get this event started. I guess it's just us today. I thought we were going to have a couple more, but I'll go ahead and get this started. I'm going to do my event posting for it. It's going to spam all the channels. I have it ready to go, so we can just start talking here in a second, and we'll start pulling people up, I guess, pretty quick. Let me get my bear with me for just a minute.
You're good. Again, I'm sorry to all those who come to this stream, again, not for politics. I fight it. It's important to me,
Randolph stood okay.
It's not the topic. I understand that. Yeah, I hope so. Because I really do want just what's best for this country. I mean, as hippie as I want, I guess I want to say I want what's best for this world, but we can only control what we have the access to vote for. It's hard because it's easy to turn these emotions into things like hate. I think if we start to just hate our brothers and sisters, it leads us on an unfortunate path towards what we dislike about them. I don't know how to resist properly. I was talking about this, about, protest things that you dislike. I think that is also part of the American way. I think you should do so peacefully. I think that's what Martin Luther King taught us. I'll tell you my last thing. I'll be as edgy as possible. You want to know what the most deadly ideology is? Peace.
Oh, shit. Hello?
Hey.
Hello,
Okay, cool.
hello.
Hey, Amy. I just want to say, I'm an atheist, agnostic, so I'm not really a theist. I just want to say that I'm a huge fan. I've seen you host on Modern Day Debates. I've always enjoyed your content. Just 2 thumbs up. That's all I want to say. Woohoo.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Also, just a general question. Have you ever had any issues hosting debates with your the more conservative interlocutors? I know you've moderated debates with several Muslims and I think maybe a Christian, but on political issues. I'm not sure if they've ever had any issues with you being the host, or if they just never knew that you were going to be the host, or has there been any issues with you as a trans woman being a host for some of these conservative interlocutors?
I have had, so I'm sending love to Modern Day Debate because the vast majority of my experiences have been positive and amazing. There's always going to be 1 or 2 events where I remember someone not wanting me to debate, but I don't know if they said it was for the LGBTQ thing or it was because I was an atheist and they felt I couldn't fairly moderate. And every once in a while, you get people who, do the uncomfortable pronoun game, and they have to call you either other things or that such. But again, that was the vast minority of experiences. But that is the online world as well.
For your honesty. Yeah, just want to say also, keep up the good work. Don't stop. I think you're doing a good thing, and the entertainment is valuable.
Thank you. Sending that love right back.
Yeah. Right. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Orbital.
Thank you, Orbital.
So we'll go ahead and get the Theist Helpline started today. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Today it's just going to be Amy and myself, it looks like. Hopefully we'll have a few others join us throughout the show. We'll be taking on all callers today. I see your hand raised, John. We don't really have any housekeeping or anything to do here. We're pretty much good to get started. Make sure to subscribe to Amy Newman on YouTube. I'm also live on YouTube right now. Real Breakfast Tacos. But we'll go ahead and get started. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. You're all awesome. I see your hand raised as well, Abraham.
So
what's going on, John?
What's all this even about? I didn't even get to read the thing.
Oh yeah, this is the Theist Helpline. We're here to help theists work through their theism. Do you have evidence for God, supernatural, goblins, anything like that, or what's going on?
I'd first like to start off by thanking the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I love I love the Bible, man. I read it constantly. A lot of people say there's a thing that there's a lot of things that contradict other things, but if you genuinely go through and you read the word front to back, there's not as much things that genuinely contradict. And the thing that I find is that I'm fortunate to be able to have a God that gave himself for me and came down and lived a perfect life to pay the sacrifice that we couldn't. Because the sin in the world that we live in couldn't be paid by a normal man. It had to be paid by the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because he came down, he lived a perfect life for all of us.
Can I start to just probe that just a little bit?
Yeah.
So you said that it couldn't be paid by a normal man. Did God
Could not be
have...
paid. No, God is not a normal man. God is like he's far from a normal man. But he created Jesus and he created us in his own image.
Sure, but why can't he have just paid with a normal man? He is God. He is omnipotent. Why can't he just...
Because a normal man can't live a life free of sin. When Jesus came down into the world, he was subjected to feel the same emotions and same feelings that we do. And but he prayed and fasted. It was in Matthew that the only way to cast out sin and cast out demons is through prayer and fasting, actually. So I mean, yeah, and a normal man is subjected to feel sin, and we actually give in to the temptation of the devil. The devil will tempt us by making us think lustful thoughts, or making us like fall into his traps and have those invisible chains put on us that bind us to those sins. Because when you're loved by Christ, you're also loved by the devil, right? I mean, at the same time, the devil wants to mess with you, and he wants to like throw like things in your path to prevent you. Because in the Bible, it says sin is the only thing that divides us from, or sin is one of the things that divides us from God. And when you fall into sin from the devil and you choose not to repent, you're separating yourself from God. It's not, I mean, like a normal man. I'm
going to have to ask more questions about this. So,
yeah.
Because I don't understand, if God loves us and Satan loves us, does that mean they just have different kinds of love, or what's going on there? Because...
So God loves you. God calls you by your name. God knows your name. God knows you. He knows, like in the Bible, it says that God knows everything that you're going to do before you're even born. And he chooses to love you despite the fact that he knows that you're going to have that sin. You're going to be subjected to it in the world.
Sure, but Satan's going to also
love
love us. He's going to also choose to love us, even
though
Satan
loves you because he can call you by your sin. Satan calls you by your sin, not your name. He grabs you by your sin, and his love is not unconditional. His love is like, he's basically taking you and putting you in these chains and binding you to him forever. So like, I mean, when you get to the gates of heaven, like you haven't lived. The only way that you can get into heaven is that if you believe that Jesus came down.
Wait, hold on, stop. I'm sorry. But like, it's not unconditional love. Can we at least agree God's love actually has very sharp, strict conditions that must be met?
Oh, it's unconditional. I'll tell you that, because no matter how many times you fall,
everyone gets into heaven
if you repent and choose to believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins.
Means?
His love is unconditional. Like, no matter how many times you sin, like, but right, like if you sin,
that's not unconditional love. If you have a condition for your love, it would be called conditional love.
Could you like put on like your listening ears for like a second, please?
Okay.
So God's love is unconditional because he still loves you even if you sin. It's just that when you sin, that hurts him. It hurts him that you fall into it. If you know what you're doing and you know that you're falling into that sin,
sure,
and you continue repeating it.
Here's the thing.
I mean, if you don't repent, I mean, it's not it when you don't repent like you're basically just letting the devil use sin to separate you from God. Like you got to repent, and you got to choose to believe that like Jesus Christ that lived and died on the cross for you. I mean, the main thing here is the sacrifice of Jesus Christ is the only thing that gets you into heaven. No matter how many times you read the Bible, no matter how many times you've spread the word, no matter how many times you've gone out and done something, you are a normal person. You are not Jesus Christ. Because, like I said, Jesus Christ had to come down and live a perfect life and die for us to be able to have us be forgiven for the sins that we commit in this world. Everyone is subjected to worldly desire. But if you choose to love God so much, your desire for worldly desires will start to go away.
But John, you said that it hurts God when
It
we
does
sin.
hurt God.
But
It
that
does.
doesn't. But that shouldn't matter because He has unconditional love. So as much as we
And
sin,
he still loves you despite the
because-
fact that it hurts him.
and because He has unconditional love, everyone should get into heaven because that's what not having a condition means. If there is a condition like following Jesus Christ, we could say God doesn't have unconditional love. He has conditional love. He loves you if you can follow Jesus, right?
I really like your perspective here, but I mean at the same time, like choosing Jesus Christ, man. Like I'm telling you, like it is so much better. It really is because hear me out.
Okay.
Despite the amount of times that people think, oh, everyone should be in heaven, it's written in the Bible. Like if you chose tomorrow to repent for your sin, because it does say in the Bible that sin separates you from God, because there's two sides to everything. It's not one side. Like there's Satan and there's God, and Satan does things to play with you and remove
Pinky.
that faith that you have and try and put a roadblock there. He's trying to cut you away from God by your sin. He's calling you by your sin. Well, when you choose to repent and you believe that Jesus Christ came down, lived a perfect life, and died for your sins, that is the only thing that will get you into heaven. But the idea is from that verse that goes, not everybody who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. And that means, so, I mean, it's not like the full like verse, because I haven't like fully learned that verse yet. I'm working on that. But that verse basically means that no matter if you call him by Lord or say that, oh, I've cast out demons in your name, I've done this in your name, that is not what gets you into heaven. The fact that
Just
Jesus
believing.
came and lived the perfect life and died on the cross is what gets you into heaven.
And we could go into why I do not like sacrificial logic, why I don't think that He should have sent anyone. Why couldn't He have just forgiven? He's God. He's all powerful, right? Why can't He just say, listen, Adam and Eve did some bad shit? I disagree. But Adam and Eve did some bad shit. But you know what? You guys aren't Adam and Eve. So I'm just going to let it go. Isn't that the bigger thing?
No, I mean, so you would have just, so basically the idea of him coming down and doing that is the same idea of like giving you like that power to like separate yourself from the sin. It's give me a second. I'm trying to look for something. This is going to help everything make sense.
I'm sure.
I'm pulling out my Bible card.
I will say, the Bible has some good things and some bad things, and thus I think it makes it look like a human text.
While you're doing that, you did say a lot. You stated a lot of beliefs as if they're true. So how do you confirm that those beliefs are true and not just, well, words written down by a dude or dudes or dudettes?
So I mean, what you're saying is that you like think that the Bible is just written by normal people, which yes.
The question I said, how do you determine that these beliefs that you hold to be true are actually true and not just stuff written down?
How do you write a book? You have to write things down, don't you?
So how do you determine that the content of this book, all these beliefs that you're talking about, this sin thing, I don't even know what sin is, but this sin thing that you mentioned, this Jesus guy that you think ascended to heaven and is somehow a God thing and was probably resurrected, in your opinion, and whatever, walked on water, changed water to wine.
I mean, that's not an opinion. Jesus
created a lot of
existed.
food.
Jesus lived, and Jesus was a real person. Jesus lived and died.
None
He
of what
was
Taco
crucified.
said.
That's-
You
that's
noticed
a real
that.
thing.
Even if all of that's granted, that doesn't mean that he came back to life after being crucified and passed away, right? And that doesn't mean that there's a heaven thing or a God thing, right?
Well, I mean, you
that's
also have to take a look at all the cross references in the Bible compared to every other holy scripture, or like every other like scripture. Like you got to look at the cross references. There's
So,
thousands of
the
cross
Bible
references.
is true because the Bible says it's true.
There's thousands of cross references in the Bible, and some of these people didn't even know each other, and it's all the same gospel.
So you're saying
And
the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true.
No, I mean
Straw man you.
it's
So
just
if I'm
it's
misrepresenting your
looking at the
position, please
Bible and
correct
reading.
me.
It's looking at the Bible and reading it, man. The cross references that are between every single scripture, and some of these people didn't even know each other. Like some of the people that
So you're
wrote this
saying the
didn't even know.
Bible is true because the Bible is true.
Yes, it's one of like the oldest written books
There you
in the
go.
history of like time. It is one of the oldest written books. And
What does
I mean,
age
your
have
point
to
is
do
like
with the truth value of supernatural claims?
Nothing.
Actually, if we look back in history, there's a lot more supernatural claims in these ancient texts than there are modern day, right? Since the development of cameras, it seems, right? And I'm asking you, how do you actually know that things in this book are true?
well, see, there's a thing called the Holy Spirit. It's a Holy Trinity, right? God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. And when you are giving your life over to Christ and you seek a relationship with Christ, it is an undescribable feeling that will literally guide you towards the Word. Like I've had thousands of different encounters with the Holy Spirit myself, and it is a literal feeling
Sounds like
that
drugs.
just occurs. It's a literal feeling of like this glorious light that is like burning in your heart with a burning passion for God. And it guides you and it guides your steps. So, I mean, I don't know if you can describe that as anything else, but what I will say is that I feel that ever since I gave my life over to Christ, that I have, because I mean, you're basically saying like, what do you gain from being a follower of Christ? You don't really gain anything, but what I will tell you is that you lose anger, you lose a desire to sin, you lose like all of your worldly desires if you choose to follow and pursue a relationship with Christ. Christ is always there. He's always been there for us.
Can I
Christ lived
pause you
and died
again?
for us.
Because I'm glad that you're no longer feeling anger. I'll tell you the problem with saying you no longer lose sin. Because what you're doing is you're taking a moral system from thousands of years ago and you're saying whatever they said was morally true, I'm going to follow that. And unfortunately, sometimes it makes you a good person when it's like, thou shalt not kill. Great. But then when it's like, gays should not marry, well, then you're going to say, well,
Could you provide me the exact spot in text and verse that is?
for gays will not marry. No, it's much worse. It's actually taking stones and murdering them.
Do you have like an exact chapter
Sure.
and verse where that is?
Give me 1 second. Sure.
But yeah, I just brought up. So when Jesus died as a sacrifice of our sins, fulfilling the Old Testament. That is written in Isaiah 53 verses 5 through 6. He was the bore punishment for sin. So he was the ultimate sacrificial lamb, which was written in John 1:29.
So
Jesus
Leviticus
descended to the dead. Some interpretations of this.
I hate to cut you off, but just 18:22, which states, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman; it is an abomination."
Okay. Yeah, but that doesn't say that they killed gay people.
Hold on, they shall surely.
Let's try to use like oft or another term other than the K word there, just for
All right.
YouTube reasons.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Gotcha. Eliminate.
So, I mean, basically what happened after Jesus died is he interpretations of the scripture basically said that Jesus went to the realm of the dead, and he proclaimed victory over sin and death, and possibly the faithful who died before his resurrection. So that was basically him going to the spiritual realm and fighting the devil, fighting sin, fighting everything. Like, he went, fought, and saved us all before his resurrection. He proclaimed victory over sin, proclaimed victory over death.
Leviticus 20:13. If a man practice homosexuality, having sex with another man as with a woman, both men have committed a detestable act. They must both be put to death, for they are guilty of a capital offense.
What chapter was that in verse?
Leviticus 20:13.
Well, I mean, what I will say is that, yeah, like, it is basically, I mean, it's changed a lot as of recently. There's a lot of different things that, is applicable with this. But the idea since Adam and Eve was that a man and a woman come together, because the woman was created.
Never heard a faster pivot.
By putting Adam into a deep sleep and taking one of his ribs to create woman. And she was called woman, therefore, because she was created by man. And that is in the original Genesis. And it says in there that a man shall cleave on to his wife, and they shall become
one. Can I interrupt you for a minute? I really appreciate you being here today, but I'm a pastor, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, it sounds like you really need pastored, right? You're talking about sin outside of a conceptual nature and some things you're struggling with. You didn't really get into detail, right? But we could go there. But as far as Adam and Eve are concerned, right? Eve was an afterthought to this God, right? This biblical God. He initially made Adam to be in a homo relationship with himself, right? He made Adam in his image, meaning the same, homo, right? And Adam was discontented with this arrangement, right? There was something off, right? God should have been enough, but it wasn't. So the God suggested to Adam, why don't you try one of these creatures I've made, right? Some of the animals, to be in relation with, right? If I'm not good enough. And Adam, it says in Genesis, right, ran through all the animals, named them all, right? And he was not satisfied even with God's creation, right? So this made the God of the Bible even more upset, right? So he put Adam to sleep, tore his rib, right? And said, here, look, woman, since it's not good for you to be alone, here's a woman. It's going to be everything like we did before, right? Except, right, this it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just don't eat this tree over here of knowledge, right? Because I've given you really no knowledge or discernment between good and evil. So, Adam was framed, right? He was set up. And what happened, right? This wonderful creation, this afterthought, Eve, she gravitated towards this new thing, like, hey, let's have a snack. And boom, the God was able to act, right? Enact his curses, right? He therefore said, well, Adam will roll over this woman, and this woman will suffer, right? She'll produce offspring, right? And this will be very torturous and painful for her to achieve, right? And the man will toil in the field, right? This will be very laborious and stressful on the man. So the God that you serve, I mean, it seems like your framework is off as far as like, it's just nothing, everything's good with this God, right? Because divine command theory, whatever the God does is good.
Well, I mean, there is another side of that as well, and I mean, I feel like you'd also know this as well. But I mean, the reason why the term God-fearing is a real thing is, yes, like when you have like God's like love, it is unconditional. But at the same time, when like there's like mockery of God, and God says, "Yeah, I'll take that revenge. You don't have to worry about that." Like God's anger is so powerful. Like, I mean, I don't know if you've even seen real life examples of this, but we'll take the Paris Olympics, for example. They mocked the last dinner in the opening of the Paris Olympics. And the next night, or literally the night following that, there was an entire power outage all over Paris. And the only thing that was lit up was the church and the cross on that church. And I mean, another example was Brazil had a parade where they mocked God. And on that same street that the parade existed,
that's it,
and that they did that parade, it was flooded. And there's examples of this in the Bible. There's examples of God's rage in the Bible. And from Proverbs, it's Proverbs 19. And I'll get you the exact verse for this, because I was actually doing a Bible study with my friends the other day. Proverbs 19, or actually the entire book of Proverbs, is one of my favorites because it was written by a very wise person. It says, one second here.
Sponsored by Nabisco.
So look, I'm mocking God in real time, right? And nothing's happening, right? So these horrific events, like, they happen, right? And people like to attribute it to a God, right? Oh, maybe a God was mocked and we had a flood, right? But the specific curses, like, I agree with you. The Bible's filled with the God getting butt hurt and causing, offing people, right? And he's doing all these miraculous things, speaking and doing magic tricks in the Bible. I grant you that, but that's the genre of fiction. That's it's expected.
So yeah, I mean, I get that, like, people can't are saying, yeah, I mean, you don't always you can't always attribute that to a God doing that, but at the same time, I don't know exactly what you could say that could explain what happened in Paris, though, because that was an entire power outage for every building except the church on the hill.
Are you saying that you think that a god creature intervened and pumped his power or its power or their power into the church solely?
I would say that, yeah, I mean, God sends messages to the people. I
You
mean,
think it's
originally,
possible that it could have just been a generator or some other thing going on. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I mean, you could be making it up for all I know. I
Also,
haven't looked into
no,
it, but
I remember them doing this. I also remember that, wasn't it actually not the Last Supper? They were doing other gods. They were like Dionysus, and it turned out to be this big over thing over nothing. I also always find it weird. This is how God communicates in like these like little riddles where he was able to just show this one church for, I don't know, a day being brighter, but then the Olympics went on like normal and everyone was fine. And I don't understand why God just can't communicate to us like he did with Jesus, Moses, and the other prophets. I don't get why they get some form of special communication and we have to like figure out what he's doing via riddle.
well,
Yes,
I mean, the idea is that you ask God for that guidance and you ask God for the knowledge on that. But I mean, at the same time, like,
well,
it's
let's
not going to be as direct. Like, he's not going to like create. He's not going to like resurrect Jesus again to tell you. The next time
well,
that Jesus comes back, the trumpets are sounded and the rapture happens.
well, let's forget the church for a minute, right? Because like Taco said, like
So
it's more
silly.
likely they had a generator or there was infrastructure there that the church was able to acquire or keep its power on without a supernatural effect. But let's focus on this feeling that you have, right? Like, I'm glad that you're feeling better, right? Prior to adopting this narrative, it seems like you've had a lot of shame, right, over not specified sins, but let's suppose, right, maybe the thing that you were feeling shame was about something of a sexual nature, right? Like maybe an act that you would do, like masturbate, right? Because you have sexual desires, and you succumbed to these desires. You fulfilled them, probably in private, in a in an appropriate manner, right? You probably weren't masturbating in public, right?
Masturbation itself isn't a sin, though. What happens
Okay,
when
well,
you
maybe
masturbate?
you're a chronic masturbator still, right? But I'm just saying, like, if this was your problem,
I don't like typically like to do that because the idea. So the Bible says that masturbation. It doesn't say anything about masturbation being a sin. What it does say
it
is that
talks about
lust is a sin.
fornication, right? It just
Lust and
uses a different
fornication
term.
is a sin, right?
Yeah, so this is
you cannot
designed
masturbate without lust.
This is designed to hijack the mechanism which a social species has of shame and regret and stuff. So when we frame our natural desires as to make them feel of a shame, and then you can adopt a narrative where, like, oh, I'm forgiven of that, right? As I can just keep doing it and be forgiven, right? It relieves the tension, right, that you've been abused with, right? This, instead of just viewing it as a natural process and not violating the consent of others and not causing harm to others, and looking at it in a healthy fashion, right? You wouldn't need the God to to alleviate your suffering there.
Well, the idea of what Jesus did was died and went to the spiritual realm and fought the devil. Like I said, like he fought sin and he gave us free will.
I need to point out that I asked you what your justification was for these Bible stories being true, all these supernatural things. And once again, correct me if I'm wrong. I do not want to strawman your position, but to me, it sounded like you said something along the lines of the Bible is true because the Bible is true, right? And then you're taking all these claims, or maybe the Bible is true because it's old, so it's true, right? Something like
Well, I
that.
mean, there was
right?
a study on the Bible from like actual people, and there was also a study on other scriptures as well from other religions on cross references. And there's a chart. If you look up a chart for cross references in the Bible, you'll see thousands of cross references of stories that were written before these people even existed that have cross references into these other stories.
If you look
So,
at
I
the
mean-
chart of contradictions, you'll see a chart of thousands of contradictions throughout the Bible too, right?
How many more contradictions are there in other religions, though? There's many more
No, it's
contradictions.
not relevant, right? I'm asking you how you know the Bible is true, and you're saying, well, because the Bible is true.
Because it is. It's been written over the course of thousands of years by many different people into stories that completely cross-reference with each other from the New Testament and the Old Testament, because the New Testament is when Jesus comes into play. But, you know, the Old Testament, all of these stories cross in with the Old Testament. And I don't know how you can explain that thousands of cross-references between the Old and New Testament just happen, like accidentally happen. And I don't know how you could say
They
that
didn't.
it's because
They
it's also
forced them
serving
to.
as documentation that Jesus exists. It is one of the
Even
documents.
if we grant Jesus existed and was crucified, how do you know any of these miracle claims or supernatural claims are true? You're saying the Bible is true because the Bible is true and because it's old. But you're not actually providing any confirmation of these non-natural claims in the Bible, right?
His disciples with him were writing these things down, like Jesus curing people, like his disciples curing people on the street, writing things down.
So do
Writing
you
that
think
Jesus
that
and his disciples.
Josephus talking about like other like rulers and whatnot? I don't remember who he mentioned specifically, but these miracles that are attributed to Jesus, Josephus, I believe it was Josephus. It's just I'm pretty sure it's Josephus, but he attributes these miracles that are supposedly attributed to Jesus to other rulers. And I mean, there's all sorts of supernatural claims about Caesar in other writings. And there's, I mean, if you just look back, there's tons of supernatural claims about various rulers, about like demigods, about all sorts of different people that either existed for sure or supposedly existed, right?
Well, I'm not saying that they never existed on that aspect. I'm not saying that other religions don't exist. The Bible
Taco.
specifically says that you should, like, it just basically says that the specific verse is cry out. It's not the full verse, but it's like part of the
let's
verse.
just do
that
Wait,
runs.
wait,
So,
It says,
wait,
cry out
wait.
louder to those
how do you
gods.
know that a God thing exists?
Yeah,
Wait,
I got to
this.
stop this, right? Because this is a distraction that theists use. They talk about the Bible and these other things because they're too embarrassed to focus on the main issue, why they believe a God exists, right? And the reason is they've harbored all this guilt and shame with their masturbation practices, and now they feel better because they're forgiven for their acts, their sinful acts and desires, that they're all sinners, right? And that's why we have the Theist Helpline, because they need help and they feel like a lot better that they've gotten the help. They've allowed themselves to forgive themselves through a scapegoat, a God, right? When really they should have never been so hard on themselves to begin with, right? They're human. They have desires, and they've alleviated them, right? they've let out all that sexual energy, and then they feel bad about it, right? Where they need to learn to forgive themselves, and the only way they've found that they can forgive themselves is with the permission from the God, right? That this fictional God that they feel in their heart. I don't know if that's just too sensitive of
great points, Wise Ape, right? But
they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to address that. They just want to obfuscate and beat around the bush, right? They're doing a little bit too much beating.
No pun
right?
intended.
They're beating stuff off.
Doing too much beating. But
What?
so the point I was making was, though, that you're just saying that all this supernatural stuff occurred when there's tons of attributions of supernatural stuff to ancient rulers, to supposed demigods. Even ancient rulers sometimes were called gods or demigods, right? And so how do you know that any of this supernatural stuff or a god thing actually happened or exists?
The documentation of it happening in the Bible and several other places, like these things existed. There's tons of proof that Jesus existed. There's tons of proof that these things happen.
The Bible is true because the Bible is true.
There's also proof that Noah's Ark.
Jerk your own self off, but don't jerk us off, right? You're jerking us off here. You're claiming that these things, that the Bible's true because it's true.
Well, actually, John,
right,
can I actually? I want to put a pin in this. I'll ask it a different way, similar to what they're saying, but differently. So, Judaism, for thousands of years, it was heretical to write any of or I should say, I'm not Jewish anymore. It is heretical to write down any of scriptural language. And so for thousands of years, they did not have a holy text until the Second Temple was burned. When the Second Temple was finally burned, they had to basically by force write things down and create the Tanka, which would eventually become the Torah, which is the Old Testament in the Bible. And so I am very skeptical when you say the reason that we know it's true is because it's written down. When the Jews themselves fought tooth and nail not to write it down. And that I would then put a high amount of skepticism on stories like Adam and Eve when all evidence has shown us that it is, generally speaking, a fable that was passed down generation through generation. My question is, why do you believe in an Adam and Eve just because it was written down, if all of the evidence says they really struggled and didn't want that to write it down in the first place?
So what you're saying is that the Old Testament, not like the New Testament,
Not the New Testament, that's right.
was documented, like it had to do with documentation from like Judaism.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. Jesus wasn't even in Jerusalem at this point. Jesus didn't even exist in the Old Testament.
That's true.
The idea of Jesus coming into play happens in the New Testament. And that's when Judaism also comes into play with documentation of this. So, I mean, yeah, like Judaism and documentation has to do with the New Testament, but it can't contradict the Old Testament. The Old Testament is solid in stone, has existed before time, basically. And
what? Okay, you're using that as a poetry language, I'm going to assume, not literally.
Yeah, I'm using it in that sense. God used people to write like things like this down, like, because like I said, that feeling in your heart, that Holy Spirit, like you will do things in coordinates with that. Like God will
So
guide you
is
to do
that written
something
in stone
invisible.
comment? Is that like to allude to the 10 Commandments that were written in stone? Because I would remind you that those stone tablets were fickle, right? They were actually broke immediately as they were revealed. And so God ordered a duplicate, right? A verbatim set to be recreated. He's like, well, just come back up to the mountain and I'll carve it in myself again, right? And if you read the Bible, it wasn't verbatim, right? So like having a stone foundation is not as concrete as you would think.
I still don't get how you're getting from people wrote this stuff down to it's true.
So you don't believe that someone could be under the guidance or influence of God writing these things down or creating
No,
these
no.
things?
The self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality has been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way. You can literally just look at the trees and know no gods exist, right? And so that's why I'm saying you have all of these presuppositions, or I guess they're not presuppositions because it's from the book, but you're just automatically assuming that they're true after reading them. I'm asking you, how do you, without assuming that they're true from what you see in the Bible, how do you go from assuming that they're true to actually knowing that they're true?
Okay, well, I mean, let me ask you this question. Can you use a history book? How do you know those things happen there, right? Look at the Bible as it's telling the story of history and through time.
Any
There's proof.
historical text in recent times, do you see any accounts of miracles?
There's been plenty of miracles from God that have been documented by other people outside of this. I mean, like you also got to look at Freemasonry, for example. Everything is based off of the principle of God. George Washington was a Freemason, and everything is based off the principle of God, and everything in our world is based off the principles of Freemasonry. There's groups, there's organizations that have gone through, like literally, like reading through everything here, basing these things off of everything, having encounters with these things. Like there's too many people in the world that have had encounters with God or the Holy Spirit or Jesus himself. And it's like, how are all of these things happen? Like, because like everybody
Do you
cannot
justify your belief, though, that this supernatural stuff and this God exists?
Well, I mean, do you think that everybody that has ever experienced God or Jesus in their life has just made this
So
stuff
let's
up?
say somebody says that the Bible is all nonsense. Very little of it's true. There's places and people that existed, kind of like the movie Troy, where there's people that existed and places that existed, but the account is probably not exactly true, right? And there's the Bible has things like miracles and other supernatural claims and a God thing that somehow exists outside of space time. How do you go from somebody, or how do you convince somebody that's saying that this stuff is not true to saying, okay, yeah, this God thing exists and all these supernatural accounts are true, right? You're saying the Bible says it's true because it's true, right? And this person does not think that's good reasoning. It seems like it's just some type of circular justification. You're just saying that the Bible is true because the Bible is true. So how do you
Well,
externally verify that to somebody that doesn't accept these claims outright?
Well, I can externally verify that these events that happen in the Bible have happened. There's proof of like Noah's Ark happening. There's like proof of this stuff. There's like the literal.
Accept the truth of evolution.
I don't personally believe in evolution. I believe that it started with Adam and Eve.
Oh, this is fun. So you think Noah's Ark happened. So what do you do with all of the evidence presented that not just all that, you could literally go out and if you went to school for this stuff, for geology, there's a bunch of different fields that are able to examine the claimed Noah's Ark situation and the flood. Do you think that Noah's? I guess we'll just go into. Do you think that the Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat is real?
I do like believe that the Noah's Ark that has been written like in the Bible like is real. I believe that.
Do you think it was found?
There's actually a couple news articles pointing to the fact that it was found. There was a boat right in the specific location it was described to be in. At the exact
on Mount Ararat, discovered
Yes.
by James Wyatt.
Yes, it was the exact same dimension,
So you
size, and
just think
everything
that
from the
what's
Bible.
written down is true. You don't actually go and fact check any of this stuff.
No, I mean I'm saying that it was found. The real Noah's Ark was found. There's proof that the Noah's Ark was found.
So that's a rock formation on Mount Ararat, and it has changed over time from tectonic activity, right? It's not exactly the same today as it was back when James Wyatt claimed it was found. And there's been a lot of, I guess, disconfirmation, if that's the right word, of this claim, right? That there's no ark up there. You can literally go online and pull up a bunch of information on this claim, right? James Wyatt was, I think his name was James Wyatt, but he was like Indiana Jones, like a fake Indiana Jones for the Christians. He discovered all sorts of crazy things that aren't actually what he's saying they were, right? Like you don't even accept evolution. Like there's tons of, so you don't accept like objectively verifiable things that are written down, but you're accepting miracle claims and supernatural claims, right? So evolution is a broad field that covers all sorts of different evidence. It's a scientific theory that explains evidence in many fields of science. There's legitimate evidence of this change over time from species to species, right? And it's backed by multiple, many fields of science, right? And you're like, I don't accept this. It's all written down, dude. And it's objectively verifiable. You can go get a degree in any of those fields of science and go verify any of those yourself. It's accepted as a scientific theory because it's as close to fact as we can get. With
Yeah, and it's
right?
written down. That's a good point, Taco. It's written down too, right? Why is he not accepting it?
I don't like basically. I'm not saying that evolution between animals hasn't happened, but I'm saying that like, yeah, no, we did not just come from evolution.
Yeah,
Like,
we did. There's overwhelming evidence supporting that claim.
Taco,
So
I
you
think
think
to help this theist in the way, tailor it to really helping him, since he's calling the Theist Helpline, is we should probably suggest that he enter the chat, the voice chat, and we can write down, right, what we're saying, right? Because he seems to not be able to accept things that are spoken, right?
I just don't get what's special about writing it down, because there's 1,000 other religions. Like if someone from Islam were to come up to you and be like, listen, it says here in the Quran that Muhammad is the last prophet, so I don't understand why you're not accepting it.
well, no, I mean, I'm not.
Hang on, there was a correction in the text chat. I got the name wrong again. I always call him James Wyatt. It's Ron Wyatt. That's my fault. I'm sorry, people.
But I mean,
well, there
what
you
you're
go.
saying
That was
is-
writhen down. It makes sense. Like you just
Like,
said it.
no,
off the
I'm not
cuff,
saying
but
that I
you
don't
write it
believe
down
that
and
other
it's
religions
true.
exist. Like you're kind of trying to throw me under the bus here, basically, by doing that. I never said that other religions don't exist.
That's
I
not
never
my
said that.
claim. But I'm saying if someone of another religion came up to you with the same evidence that you're giving to us, you would reject it.
I would not personally reject it. I would say, yeah. I mean, I I'm not saying that those like things and the claims that they're making didn't happen. That's what happened in their religion. Other religions do exist. What I am saying is that I choose to believe in my God, and everybody else, is okay to believe in their God. Like I'm not diminishing other religions. I'm not saying that your religion didn't happen because mine is better. Like I'm saying like
But
I
does it?
personally agree with mine,
But does
but
it
I
being written
respect
down?
yours, and I if you believe that yours is true, then you believe that yours is true. I believe in the like love, of Jesus, like loving people despite the fact of their different beliefs, despite the fact that they might believe in something else than I do. Because if you truly believe that, someone else is your God, Allah is your God, I'm okay with that. Like I'm not saying like, oh, you have to believe in my God because my God is true. Like what I'm saying is
Sure.
I'm gonna defend my God like somebody else would defend their God.
And I
Like-
appreciate that. And I like that you are supportive of having other religions and, being open minded. I guess my real case that I'm trying to put before you is it written down make it more likely that it's true? So if someone has a religion where it is now in a text, that means the God is more likely to be real.
I'm not saying like that is directly evident to it, but what I will say is that I mean the amount of time and the amount of like times that this was written down by different people, because there's different versions of the Bible. I don't know if like you guys like know that or not. There's like
Yep.
the King James version, there's the New International version, like there's like thousands of different versions of the Bible,
He's
and
a
they're
new
all
Christian.
translated from there's like the Dead Sea Scrolls from like 1947 that date back to 200 BC. And there's also like the New Testament.
Do you honestly think that we're questioning whether or not religions or beliefs exist? No, we're questioning whether those religions and beliefs comport to reality, the claims that they make, if they're true or not, right? We recognize that they're making claims, right? But are the claims true in a way that comports to reality?
I mean, yeah, like there's tons of like times where, religion has translated into like reality. I mean, like what I'm
So
saying
you said
here is like
you said the Great Flood or whatever happened. You said that Noah's Ark existed. So
all of these things
Noah's
happened. The
Ark
locations that they
doesn't
happened were
seem to be a thing. The flood mentioned of the Bible seemed to have never happened. In fact, there's prior mythology that we know the story was taken from. I mean, none of this happened, right? And you're saying that it's true, but when we point out that your claims contradict the shared reality, you're still saying they're true. You just back off of that, right? So, what I guess at this point, since it doesn't seem that you're holding your position for any good reasons, what would convince you that your position is wrong?
if you can prove that Jesus Christ didn't exist.
Is that the only thing that would convince you?
If you can prove that these locations that these things happened at, if you can prove that these things never happened, then I'll believe you.
So
Like-
is the movie Troy 100% accurate because it features places that existed and people that might have existed?
No, these places do exist. If you look at like all the locations from the Bible, these places do exist.
So
There's
is the movie Troy 100% accurate because it features people that might have existed and places that existed?
the movie Troy.
Yeah. Is that 100% accurate?
I haven't even seen the movie Troy.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It features places that existed and people that might have existed, right? So is the movie Troy 100% accurate?
Could you explain to me what the movie Troy is about?
It's about the Battle of Troy. I think it's called Battle Troy, but it's just like a war movie, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that like it wouldn't be like real. What I will say is that behind movie there is
Roy
some
existed, and some of those people probably existed,
right,
or
but I
possibly
mean,
existed.
behind movies, like it's not like movies and books. Like between those two, like I mean, there's some fiction that has to be thrown in there. I mean, I'm not saying that that these
Wait,
people
there's
didn't exist.
fictional writings? What? What? Are you like contradicting your beliefs here?
I didn't say the Bible was fictional. I didn't say it was purely fictional. I didn't because I mean,
Yeah, but you were implying that anything that was written down we can take as true.
What he was saying was that if we show that the people and the places that existed in these texts didn't exist, then he would know the Bible is false, right? But
well, I mean,
the
there's
movie Troy
literal
has people in it that possibly existed and places that certainly existed, right?
there's like documentation of Jesus existing now. But I mean, there's like
Yeah, you're not tracking.
existing.
Yeah, you're not tracking. He's showing you like there's documentation of people and places existing in stories that aren't 100% true, right?
Can I give you a second equivalent? So, again, someone who's Muslim comes to you, they say, hey, listen, not only is our prophet written down, but our prophet existed. Does that now more convince you of Islam because Muhammad did exist?
Yeah, and he married a 7-year-old, and he also split the moon in half, right?
She was 6 when he married her.
And according to the writings, he split the moon in half thereafter. Which moon, right? I'm not.
Also, I will say we probably should go on for about 10 more minutes, but we have lost 1 or 2 theists that we probably want to scoop up. So while it has been nice talking to you, John, we probably should eventually start to wrap up.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, guys, like I'm not saying that like you guys are like wrong at all, and I really respect everybody's opinion here.
You are, though. You said evolution isn't true. You said the Great Flood happened, even though there's overwhelming evidence that it never happened. You're saying that a God thing exists, and we've asked you for justification of these, and you're saying that people and places existed, and the book says it's true. And there's no actual, like, good justification there. How do we know that this supernatural stuff happened or that a God thing created everything, right? I mean, just look at the laws of thermodynamics. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right? If energy can neither be created nor destroyed, how can it be created?
I mean, like I was just trying to like say, guys, like to be honest with you, like I believe.
Yeah, I get it. You're a good person.
Like
you're demonstrating that you have a desire to be civil, right? And the problem is, look, Christianity is not synonymous with the good, right? You desire to be a good person, and you were told that Christianity is good, so you adopted that, right? And
I was never told that Christianity is good. Like, I mean, like I grew up in a household that had Christianity, but it was never forced on me. Like me going to Christianity is my own choice. Like I go to church, I go to church on my own. I read the Bible on my own. Like that's like my own free will, and I choose to believe that. But what I'm saying is like it doesn't.
It is advertised as, hey, do you want to be good? Do you want to be good? Adopt our religion, Christianity, and then you're good by proxy. That's what Christ is. He's a scapegoat. You're good by proxy. And, just be good, right? And I encourage you to,
Well, Christ isn't even comparable to man. I mean, at that point, Christ came down and lived a life like free of sin. Like we are constantly subjected to sin and fall into it all the time.
No, he
Like,
didn't live a good life, right? He lived a life that divine command theory. He basically could do whatever he wanted, right? And uh, it would be classified as good, right? Under divine command theory, he literally could tell you, "Go kill your son Isaac," right? And get away with it, like not even be questioned. Like, what?
Let's use a word like annihilate
Oh
or
yeah,
remove or something.
yeah.
no, like Jesus, like came and lived, a perfect life. Like that is what is like there. Like, I mean, like that's what I believe. Like, if you believe in something else, I mean, go ahead. Like, no, but what
He
I'm trying to
didn't.
do is
Like,
defend.
I would get arrested for flipping over tables and stuff, like in public, causing a disturbance,
I just want to have one final point, and then yeah, we'll hand it right back over to you, John. But this whole perfect life thing, I want to point out, and you don't have to do an apologetic unless you want to, that I don't think he or anyone lived a perfect life. I think that is an unattainable ideal. I want to point out, like I said, if you have an apologetic for, but he cursed a peach tree when it was out of season. To me, just because Jesus was in a bad mood. That at least seems to be what I take away from that story. Again, there are some good things that he said. However, I don't really understand why killing someone really good or even really, really, really good makes the sacrifice better. I've always found that strange how it's like if someone came to you and they said, look, we're going to kill this guy.
Hey, let's use another word like
Oh, sorry, I
unalive or
keep on forgetting.
annihilate or something
If
like
we're
that.
going to remove this person from society, you would say, oh my God, that's hard. What did they do? And if they said, well, nothing, you would say, oh my gosh, that's horrible. But you wouldn't suddenly change your mind, I don't think, if they said to you, well, hey, you just have to understand, this guy is perfect. It's not like we're killing, not like we're removing Jane or Jill. You just need to understand, we're doing this because he is the best guy, the most perfect guy that we could find. I don't get why that makes it better.
Well, I mean, you got to really think about like this, like the idea of sacrificing Jesus at the end of the day was the ultimate sacrifice, because originally, before Jesus came around, people were sacrificing animals as a
Well, there you go. Look, we should look. We don't want to use the K word, and the Bible's really good with disguising the K word, right? We use words like sacrificing, right? And if you read Malachi 2:3 in the Old Testament, the God smears poop, right? He smears poop. He's a poop smearer, and he smears it in the faces of those that he's angry at, and then carries them out, right? And that's another synonym for the K word, right?
He also curses the family of that gentleman. I believe all of his offspring, right? I mean, it's pretty messed up. But that's why I don't feel like discussing the stuff that happens in there is useful at all, because most of the stuff in the Bible is pretty horrid, right? And I think it's more important to figure out the justification behind why he thinks a God thing exists and this Jesus stuff. But I don't feel like you hold your position for any good reasons. It seems to just be that some of these places might have existed, some of these people might have existed, and so it's all true.
It is no, like that. There's no doubt that the places existed. There's no doubt that the people existed, because I mean, it was in Jerusalem. It was there. Like, there's locations there. There's the same.
Some of the locations are real locations, and some of the people might have been real people. So what? How does that confirm a supernatural or a God claim.
Yeah, Disneyland exists, and there's an exhibit for Dumbo, right?
You know, like I'm kind of just trying to like, you know, prove my point here, guys. Like, I mean, at the same time, like you guys believe in what you want to believe in, and there's nothing to say that would make you believe in Christianity, and there's nothing that I can say that would make you believe in the things I'm saying. But what I am saying is that these things
I think that's a
are real.
mischaracterization of this conversation, right? So I was saying that you're not holding it seems to me that you're not holding your beliefs for a good reason. You're holding these crazy beliefs to be true, despite overwhelming empirical evidence that contradicts many of these claims. And I don't know why you're just rejecting the reality in front of you, right?
Yeah, he's rejecting and projecting, right? Because he's saying you guys just want to believe what you want, you know, right? It sounds like he just wants to.
But he doesn't accept the truth of evolution when there's overwhelming empirical evidence suggesting it's a thing. And the only reason he rejects it is because the Bible says a flood happened and there's whatever number of years between the flood and now. And so evolution could happen like the evidence shows it happened. It's just insane to me.
But John, I also know that you think you're doing the right thing. I understand this comes from trying to spread what they believe is the good news. I think it's just us as skeptics have found many reasons why the Sermon on the Mount may be fantastic, and yet there's so much other horror that to us it just looks like a human-inspired book. And so,
well, do you guys believe in like demonic like things? Like, do you believe that demons existed? Like at all?
I don't think Taka or I do. I'll be honest with you, this is more of a feeling than empirical backing. But most atheists either pick up something like Satanism only as an ironic thing, or because of the late I can't say his name, late Antovin's, the recent version of Satanism, which is really just a secular reworking of it. But no, I don't believe, not only do I not believe in magical evil people, I think that when you prescribe demons to people doing bad things, I think that lets them off the hook. I think you can make a fantastic, almost conservative argument for why we should hold people accountable. I don't mean people that are obviously mentally ill or crazy or stuff like that, but why it isn't just a demon that's trying to win us over with drugs. It's a harmful chemical sometimes that we need to come together as a community and as as a family sometimes to overcome why things like stealing have deeper underlying problems oftentimes than someone trying to tempt you to steal the bread. And the same is true of things, I think, like psychopaths. It would be easy just to say that they're haunted by a demon. It's more complicated answer is that, unfortunately, most of us are good and some people are truly biologically bad, and we have to look out for them.
I mean, what I'm saying, like, from, like, my perspective here, and I'm...
Oh, you went out. Oh. John maybe having...
Sorry about that. But what I said, like, what I'm saying from, like, my perspective is, like, it's also, like, been written, and I know you guys, like, aren't gonna just say that you're probably just gonna, like, attack me for saying it, because we're trying to prove that, like, whatever's written does, like,
it's not that
doesn't exist.
It's not that it doesn't exist. I would say it doesn't add really to an argument in that much towards your favor of it being true. I'll give you a good example, is that Joseph Smith went way out of his way to create the Mormon text, the LDS Church, and yet from all apparent views, it's mostly a con. He was known as a con artist. He got caught trying to sell people that he can use sticks to find water. And so, yes, his text is written down. He said that he got them from golden tablets, from angels. But the fact that it's written down should not actually add testimony. Now that it's written down, we have to go, okay, it's written down. What does it actually say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I get that. Like, I get like that. There's contradicting, beliefs, like, or contradicting things that you're saying are like making you not, believe the scripture. Which, I mean, there's things that I can say that would point to me not like believing in other scriptures or anything, but like, I mean, I'm choosing to say, like, yeah, if you believe that, like, I'm glad you believe that. But I mean, at the end of the day, what I was bringing up before, because I kind of felt like we got off the track of that, in the Bible, like when we talk about atheism in the terms of going to like Satanists, like becoming a Satanist.
Why are we going back from justification to stuff in the Bible? So your beliefs contradict an overwhelming amount of empirical evidence. And we're pointing this out to you. Do you feel any less justified in holding your position?
Listen, like, if you're trying to use, things from your point to prove, like text and stuff from your point, I should be able to use texts from my God and people that have written this stuff to prove my point.
But can I tell you why Satan is a fantastic example of why it's human made? So, Jews don't believe in a Satan. There is no fallen man that is trying to rebel against God. There is just God's right-hand man, the accuser, the man who basically goes out and accuses other people of not being faithful enough to God. Now, eventually, the Christians and the Muslims have these versions of heaven and hells that have a Satan. But originally, it was supposed to be the explanation for why snakes no longer have legs. Like, he lost them. That was the snake was an actual snake, and therefore actual snakes have to have punishment.
I feel like that silence after I asked you the question about feeling less justified spoke volumes. Because if you didn't feel like your position was less justified after this conversation, I think you would have just said, "No, my position's great," right? But you said,
No, like, what I'm trying to say
for a moment. So there is an objective reality that exists. There's tons of evidence supporting the theory of evolution. In fact, the theory of evolution is simply explaining a mountain of data, right? This mountain of data exists. And the theory of evolution explains that mountain of data, right? This is all stuff that you can go get a degree, or even if you don't have a degree, you can go learn about and verify the different aspects that the theory of evolution describes. In addition to that, there's overwhelming evidence, stuff like the flood never happened. There's overwhelming evidence that the arc on Mount Ararat is not an arc. It's just a mountain formation or a rock formation. And you're holding all these things to be true on your end that contradict these facts about reality. And then you're saying because your stuff is written down and because these facts about reality are written down, you should feel justified in holding your position?
Listen, like you're trying to push, towards your point, and I'm trying to prove my point, and we're both trying to prove different points here. And I don't think we're ever really going to see eye to eye on this. And I don't think you're going to.
It's more about.
And like, I'm not recognizing your evidence.
True.
You're not recognizing, mine either, right? So
I'm asking you for some type of evidence or justification that we should hold your beliefs as true, because you're holding them as true, but you're unable to provide any form of justification.
the Bible is really the only thing that like you need to look at there. Like honestly, everything that's ever been written about Christianity is there. And then there's also the scrolls from before the Bible even existed. And yeah, I mean, you can say that a history book or a science textbook has examples of things that have happened in history. But I mean, what you're saying is, oh, well, he can't prove that these things from the Bible existed. He can't prove like any of this. Like, and what you're saying along that is that, everything else, like in these books and everything, happened. Like, how do you actually know that everything before time actually happened? How do you actually know that? I mean, sure, these animals did exist. These animals were subjected through like thousands of years in history. But what I'm saying is, how can you prove that, like, the events leading up to that happened?
Well, I will say we don't prove before time. The farthest we can go back is the Big Bang. We have basically Planck time, which is cutting up basically even a 1 second, just trying to explain everything that's going on there. But the problem with having something before time, anything before time, is that causality actually needs time for that to mean anything. And if everything is in a singularity, if everything is A and there is no B, there is no C or anything else, then there's nowhere to move. However, I just want to say this has actually been a great conversation. I want to hand it back over to you, John. And of course, Taco, if you want to add anything else as well.
I
but
agree.
then
there's another caller in the audience, and we've been up here with you for about an hour, and this has been a good conversation. I agree.
Well, I'd just like to thank you guys for your time and everything. I know like most of what I said probably won't like stick with you, and if it does, then it does. But I am glad to be able to hear your guys' perspective there as well. And at the end of the day, we're all going to believe in different things, and we're all going to have a different belief system. But I still respect you guys the same way that I did when I came in, and I honestly just hope that you guys have a good rest of your day, and just thank you for your time.
I would recommend looking into Mount Ararat and the supposed arc up there, because it's just rock formations. I think that might help with your position some, and possibly looking into the different fields supporting the theory of evolution, because that might help with your position some. But I think you should look a little bit more into justification and theories of justification, and find a way to support your beliefs that isn't just the Bible is true because the Bible is true because it's written down and some of these places existed, right?
But all of that being said, I think we had a really enjoyable conversation, and we absolutely welcome you back on the next stream.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming up. I'm pulling up Shadow. I also invited Wise8 back up.
Okie dokie.
Hello.
What's going
Been a
on,
while.
Shadow?
Hello.
Yes, it's going really
hey,
well.
real fast, we had a question in the live chat for the pastor on the panel. You there, Wise8?
Yes, I was just welcoming Shadow, but I'll take any questions. Glad you're here, Shadow. You're a theist, and we're a helpline.
Well, I didn't say I was a theist. I was originally.
It's all right. It's all right. Just accept the help, right?
I was originally an agnostic, and I guess I leaning towards theism.
Yeah. Like I said, it's
And-
okay. We're here. You're here. You're in the right place.
And I only have 10 minutes, so I have to go somewhere. So I'm just sticking around just for a bit.
Gotcha.
Okay, well,
We'll get to the live chat
go.
question in a second then.
Could I ask you then, Shadow, what makes you lean towards theism?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Theist helpline.
Yeah,
I just-
recognizing that you have a problem is the first step. So don't be afraid.
I don't think it's a problem. It's just my personal belief. I just came in this room like just randomly, so I don't really have thoughts. I haven't really organized my thoughts as of yet. But
Okay.
I had to think about my answer here. I think there's a lot of things in science that, especially in nature, that we don't fully understand. We're pretty close to understanding. And yes, for folks, I believe in evolution. So yes, evolution. I strongly believe in evolution is a thing. But there's a lot of complexity process about how nature structures itself, especially plant life, any deep sea ocean animal, even how a fungus works is very bizarre things in nature. So there's a lot of mysteries amongst nature that we don't understand. And I believe that there's some kind of intelligent guidance. I'm not going to say AKA God, but some kind of intelligent guidance. This is my personal belief. And to answer your question, it's a lot of that and personal opinions, personal lifestyle stuff, which I'm not going to share, but it's just personal things.
Sure.
And it just logically makes sense to me. I
Well,
hope that answers your question.
it does. I
Yeah.
want to ask questions, just gently push back on one or two things. I will agree with you. First of all, let's start off with that there is a lot we don't know. And
Thank you.
probably the more that we learn, oftentimes we realize the less that we know. It answers one question leads to two. However, I think that the best methodology so far to answering that has been science. I think
Exactly.
you find that from a more
I
secular
agree.
viewpoint. Doesn't force you to be religious or lock you out or anything. But I want to then move on to where we disagree is the intelligent guidance. Because I think there's a reason that we are biased towards intelligence because we ourselves, we are tool makers. We oftentimes value
I
ourselves.
have a question for that.
Okay.
To why you disagree in the theist, does that have to do with people's personal opinion? They haven't presented
No.
any, or it has to do with the science itself, or it's just your personal thing?
I would say it has to do with objective reality and biology and physics.
Okay, that makes sense. So you believe that that evolution is just it's just a physical thing, and there's no intelligent or I don't know if you said that. I don't want to put the words.
Well, what I would say is the reason why I don't think intelligent guidance is because I think intelligence is something that we value because we are intelligent. I think that it's something that develops much later on in the evolutionary cycle, and I would even say that evolution doesn't always really care about it. There are tons and tons of organisms that, from all important measures, they're just blobs, and yet they are able to survive situations and environments that would otherwise kill us. And so I think that there is this desire sometimes to, I would say, anthropomorphize the universe because it is who we are and so fundamental to what we are as a society. But it's not where laws of nature generally come from. That would be my pushback. What do you think about that?
No, I agree with that. If let's say God doesn't exist and there's no intelligent design, there would have to be some kind of process, objective process. I mean, like the physical world that we can quantify and measure, that it would explain everything without the need of a God. But as far as science is concerned, there's a lot of things, as I mentioned from the beginning, that we don't know. So it's hard for me to even argue because I'm not a biologist. So
can I tell you why God will never be the answer, in my opinion? Because God always explains something that we don't know, and I believe will never explain something
that's the thing. That's the thing. You say that God explains something we don't know. Where are you basing that? Are you basing
so
on?
Let me give you a world example. Let me give you okay. You are you just had a sandwich or some kind of lunch, okay? And you go out and you realize your parked car has been in a terrible accident, okay? And you go over and there's a cop writing things down. He says, "Oh, don't worry. We found out who did it." And you say, "Okay, what happened?" And he says, "God." Has he
I hear that a lot from Theists.
Your question?
Yeah, I have my personal opinion that guidance and intelligence has to do with oneself, not some worshiping a deity. But
isn't he technically right? Isn't it technically God did do it?
How would you know? Like I can't. I wouldn't be able to accept the police officers as an answer without investigating.
I guess my question is, if you think it's intelligently designed, isn't that the proper answer, or at least an acceptable answer?
No.
Why not?
Because to me, like if somebody says, I think I hear theists do this a lot, and I think I'm going to step away and let others talk here. But it's been a good talk. I don't buy. I agree with you, because if somebody says God done did it and God is the answer to everything without any like in-depth explanation, then that's not an answer. So I agree with that. But to me, the answer lies in investigating.
People find their car keys all the time with God. God did it.
Yeah, I don't care about people. I believe. Look. I personally, regardless of this, regardless of our personal opinion, which I respect you guys wholeheartedly, the answer lies in investigating the true nature of science, the objective world. That's where we can agree on that. So, wherever the truth is.
Hey, at least if you're about to leave us on that, then I feel glad, because we are in agreement.
All right. God bless you, people. All right, take care.
I hope you have a good day.
Bro said he's agnostic. Interesting. Thank you for coming up.
Why would he say such an awful thing in closing, right?
So there was
anti-hero shadow. I'm just kidding.
There was a question. Okay, so I guess I missed one for the caller, but they were asking what's he mean by agnostic. But Wiseape, there is a question from Don Boone in the live chat for you. He says, "Pastor, why do you call yourself a pastor when you don't do the work of a pastor?"
Oh, I do the work of pastor, better than a lot of these pastors. That's why I was called to the ministry, right? So I help people find meaning and purpose, right? Not where a lot of these pastors, they're helping people find God, right? That's and by proxy, they may find meaning and purpose, right? But a true pastor, right, should be helping people find meaning and purpose in their life. And what was the question? Why do I call myself that? Right?
Yeah, they said
because
it was a loaded question. They said, "Why do you call yourself a pastor when you don't do the work of a pastor?"
Well, what is the work of a pastor, right? I will be there for people in their lowest times and in their highest times, right? So if they need someone to validate like a relationship, right, like a marriage, I can do that. If they lose the loved one, right, I can stand by them and help with the ceremony, right? So to say that I don't do the work of a pastor, I mean, that's just ignorance. What's that?
I was just making a joke. What's up, Dave? What's going on?
Hello there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Woo! We can, davegar. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you so much for inviting me up on stage.
Yeah, so my hopefully by me being a pastor, it helps with actually getting these pastors to do something to stop having a malpractice, right? They really should get slapped with malpractice lawsuits, right? Because they're doing pseudoscience, right?
Well, and the people who are doing really evil are these, seed churches and prosperity gospels, and these, I would say, on the face of it, at least to us and to, I would say, many other Christians, just seems like scamming old people. But unfortunately, they are highly successful in the United States. And so these are things that they should be ashamed to hold such titles. And I commend you, Isaac. We should be, really just out there trying to help our fellow humans.
Yeah, so as far as I know, I mean, there may be more pastors like me, but we're really trying to help, right? And if you know a pastor that promotes a God, right, turn them in.
You really are a great pastor, Wise. So, Dave,
Thank you.
what position do you hold on the gods, supernatural, goblins, ghosts, all that fun stuff?
I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe in the supernatural.
Gotcha. So what brought you up here? What's going on?
I have a moral question.
Okay.
Yeah. Over the holiday, back in December, I inadvertently stole $17 worth of groceries from a local grocery store. I can go into more details if you'd like, but my question is, do I have a moral obligation to make that grocery store whole again?
I would say right off the bat, the fact that you didn't do it purposely, at least from my moral system, I would say lessens what's going on. I would say that it would seem like a moral decision if once you knew that you did try to make amends. I know many of these grocery stores aren't exactly peeling for money if we look at the CEOs and disparity. But nonetheless, I would say that, both of those would have situational morality.
In my opinion, the goods and services were rendered. I would go and pay, but that's just me, right? Like if I realized I walked out of the store with something, I'd either go return it, or I would go pay for it or something. I'd just go to the help desk and be like, hey, I did this by accident. This is my fault. I'd like to pay for this, or I didn't mean to take this out of the store. That was my bad, right? That's just me. I think that's the appropriate way to handle a situation like that. Even if it's just $17, because a lot of these stores, remember, they're employing people. They're like Walmart, for example, is operating like pennies on the dollar, right? And yeah, don't get me wrong, they have people that make a lot of money there, but they also have a lot of employees that they're employing, and every dollar matters, right? If everybody walks out with $17 for the stuff, it's going to increase the cost of goods for everybody.
Sure. I agree with that. I would guess my main concern would just be whether you did it purposefully or not, because that generally shows, are you going to do it again? And so I agree with Taco. It depends on how long it was. Also, if you found $17 from 5 years ago, though, I agree that even though I'm giving this advice, I would probably also feel bad and try and give it back if I knew. And so, yeah, stealing is one of those things where I think it very much intends on intent. I think that there are ways that you can, now that you know, actually take action to make up for it. But yeah.
Is a question in the chat, is feeling good about yourself worth $17?
Sometimes. I think, well, let me tell you, I know many people who pay way more than $17 to feel good about it.
Right, but that's for Dave?
Sorry, yes, indeed. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, this really just got me on the path of really thinking about morality from a non-God perspective. And I really don't know. I mean, I'm not very learned in matters of philosophy and morality. To just provide a little bit more detail, I noticed it immediately when I got to my car, but I didn't go back because I was in a hurry and it was raining at the time. So I would have been greatly inconvenienced by making the grocery store whole. And by greatly inconvenienced, I mean not very inconvenienced. I just would have been like late and wet.
Gotcha. Well, as I mentioned, I feel like when stuff like that happens, it's simply going to increase the cost of goods. That's not coming out of the executives' paychecks. That's coming out of the store manager's paycheck. And sure, many of them have budgets for loss like that, right? And they account for some type of loss. But I myself would still go back in there. Maybe if I realized later on, I'd go in later on. Hang on one moment.
But also the fact that you're feeling guilty. Oh, I'm sorry, Taki, you were talking.
Yeah, or if I realize on the spot. I mean, I can tell you a number of times that I've had something in the bottom of the cart I forgot to ring up or whatever. Every time I've gone back and been like, hey, this is my bad, and paid for it, right? And there's no police called. There's nothing like that, right? I mean, it's kind of, you probably don't want to tell them you realize immediately at this point, right? But if you went back, I'd go talk with the help desk, just let them know what's going on and see if you can make them whole and if it makes you feel better, right? And then maybe in the future, you'll be more observant about that type of stuff, right?
Yes.
The first time I did it, I was a kid, right? And I walked out with a Madden 2000 game, I think it was, or something like that. I remember this. And I walked out, I got all the way to the car with my mom. And then I was like, hey, I didn't realize it was in my hand. And I was like, hey, I have this. And we didn't pay for it, right? And then we went back in there and I returned that, right? And it's just like stuff happens, man. We're people and we're not perfect, right? But at least in my opinion, or in my shoes, I would go and try to make them whole because that impacts other people besides yourself, right?
So in the paradigm that we're approaching, right, where everything is automated, right, we will be in a post-scarcity society. So it is suffrage, like to have to return an item, to be inconvenienced, to maybe even have to pay for an item, right? You have to sacrifice some of your. It's a trade-off. But under theism, right, there would be no reason to return the item, right? Because the God can make all things good, right? And you could just pray. You could do abracadabra magic and just pray to God. Just say, just put a duplicate on the shelf. Act like I never stole it, right? And so theism encourages theft.
Well, I would definitely quibble with the premise that automation leads to a post-scarcity society, but that's beside the point. My follow-up question would be, so I'm guessing that morality, then it's just opinions. Like, you just have an opinion on a situation, whether it's good or bad. I guess it's more complicated, but I mean, I don't know. I was just really thinking about morality from a philosophical perspective.
So the problem with morality, I would say, at least right now, is that it is still philosophically debated. I think that the actual people trying to figure it out are the agnostic and the atheist. I guess I am very biased because I view this theistic morality as really just a type of henchman logic, which is to say, the boss said so, and it's not subjective because the boss said so. It is true, at least from my perspective. I think there is subjective elements to morality. I'm very weird in that I'm kind of in between objective and subjective. I think there's kind of a mix of both. Nonetheless, I don't think we can get away from it being about opinions about certain social situations because of the nature of who we are. We are subjective agents. We're dealing with this sort of subjective game that is called life. And so it's hard without, a law of nature saying don't stab people to say it's going to be completely objective, because I very much doubt it is going to be written into the laws of nature. I'll give you an example, though. I think there are certain objective things to morality. I think we're talking about not violating biology. I think we're talking about not violating consciousness. But then when you actually go into the specifics, I think it becomes more and more subjective. And that is the problem of moral questions right now, to begin with. Yes, I agree.
I don't see how morality could be objective besides writing it down, although there's people that do say that morality, because it's based in physical processes, it's objective. But I don't think what you call it really matters, right? If you're following, besides if you're like following an ancient text, not using reason for any of your moral decisions. Morality is something you do with philosophy generally, right? And if you're just following a bunch of stuff, then it would be definitionally arbitrary, at least in my opinion. I don't see how it couldn't be subjective in some way, because when you're thinking about morality and reasoning about you're reasoning about it, right? And you're thinking about it, and you're going through the various stuff in your head around the topic that you're thinking about, right? And then you make a decision.
Paco.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it is objective, right? Because morality has to do with health, wealth, and well-being, right? And
you can set standards and claim it's objective, but I think it all involves reason.
Yeah, you have to be able to reason it through, and that's why I think a large language model would be able to determine if something is moral or not. But you can look. There's a scale. There's a measurement. Like, does this lead to poverty or does this lead to wealth? Right? You can objectively look at that, and the same with health. Like, am I less healthy today or more healthy?
You can absolutely set objective standards and measure moral progress with objective standards, and then claim something is objective based on things that you say. But I still think
harm,
all
we can look at
some type of reasoning, right?
Yeah, but harm is synonymous with
wealthier that
wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. I overtalked.
That's fine.
And I mean, again, some of these questions I think are going to be more clear cut And some, I think, are unfortunately going to be in the gray, and there may not be a yes or a no. So just using stealing, if someone were to steal a PlayStation because they just want the latest game, I think that's immoral. If someone were to steal food because their family is starving, I think although it's wrong what they're doing, I think that it goes down in forms of morality, because I think that there may actually be a unfortunate moral pressure that is actually driving them to do something that we would view as immoral. And so it is true that unfortunately opinions are going to be involved. But I'll give you an example of one. I think that because I believe an objective standard is biology and consciousness being violated, I don't think we can randomly go around lobbying people's heads off. I think we can make a case. This is as close to objectively more immoral as something could be, to a 99% scale. And yes, I am going to put 99%. I think that's the best we can get, and I think that's the best that we should expect in something that isn't going to be written as if it's a EMC squared, as if it is an actual law of nature like gravity.
T-Jump argues it's a law of nature, right?
I do understand, yes, indeed.
There's plenty of philosophers that argue it's like a law of nature or some type of objective thing like that, right? But honestly, I've done a lot of thinking around morality, and I just don't see how it can be anything but subjective or arbitrary. You're either following stuff for no good reason, or you're applying some type of reason to whatever the standards are.
Sure. And I'm, like I said, I'm that weird person that's in between. That's why I would actually, my unifying point to atheists is that the atheist agnostics are the only ones that are actually pushing moral systems, because at least from my point of view, God doesn't exist. And so a moral system based on any God is not moving us in the direction. And so I say, you know what? T-Jump says it's objective. You say it's subjective. At least we're having the conversation in a natural world.
There's no supernatural stuff to any of that.
Yes. And so, again, we might not be able to answer your question, davegar, in completion, but I think that you will get, hopefully, educated guesses. We are trying to at least use data as skeptics to give our best answers.
There is a natural law, right? It's called natural selection. And what it selects for is fitness, right? So you could say, well, if I steal this thing, right, it's my fitness, right? But not all organisms will survive, even under the paradigm or the environment they're in, right? They could be super fit to their niche, but the universe is vast, right? So it could be a natural selection mechanism to steal or kill, right? But those organisms are going to find themselves probably becoming extinct, because it's not the best route. It's not the fittest position to steal, right? You can find yourself incarcerated. You know, it's going to cause problems if you start lopping people's heads off. So I think there is an objective moral standard. It's just, you know, how fit are you at recognizing it, right? And that objective thing, like gravity, is the natural selection, and it happens to organic things, organic chemistry, right?
Great points, Pastor. But Dave, so what are you thinking at this point?
Oh no, I realize that to address Amy, I realize that there's no like right or wrong answer. I'm just, to be honest, I just wanted to explore the subject of morality with non-theists, to be perfectly honest.
That makes sense to me. Not only does that make sense, I'll actually say that's where I think the cutting edge moral discussion is.
So what's your game plan now, Dave?
I am not returning that money. I feel like it's just because the intention was I did not intend to steal that. It happened literally like 2.5 months ago, and
well, you're making an
going
immoral
with
decision, right?
no,
Because this
no,
would
I'm actually
violate
no,
the law
no,
of
no. I'm
natural
going to be
selection,
disagreeing
right?
with you here,
It's
sir.
myopic. It's myopic, right? You're going to go extinct.
No, it's not. I'm actually going to go and say, because it was like a self checkout type situation. Yeah, it's evolution, isn't it?
You're a theist. You're a theist, sir. You're an incognito theist, and you think, God will forgive me.
No, actually, because the grocery store chose to be weaker economically by doing self-checkout rather than have employees check out. I have evolved to get around that and enrich myself. I actually enriched myself $17. Wasn't it you that said that it was health and wealth are good? Well,
yeah, but like,
I
that's a
bought
myopic
some
decision.
healthy food,
like organisms,
and I'm wealthier because of it. So
yeah, organisms might short term, right, be fit in a certain environment, but you gotta, if you want to be the most moral, you got to think long term. And I agree, the system is really
in that case,
screwed
my
up.
long-term plan would be getting better at stealing from self-checkouts.
No, your
Turn those
long-term
short-term
plan.
gains into long-term ones, wouldn't I?
Your long-term plan would to be to advocate, for the advancement of AI, if you want to survive.
Well, until the AI catches up, why not get while the getting's good?
So you're
To be
goal then
contrarian,
is
of course.
Immoral for personal gains.
I mean, real talk, it actually felt kind of exciting to know that I had gotten away with something that wasn't necessarily the best idea.
Look, a mother can steal food from her cubs, right, and very myopically be fit, right? But this does not ensure the survival of the species, right? And then you're just not playing survival of the the law of natural selection, right? Because mothers who steal the food from their cubs are selected out, right? They had their day in the sun, but the fun is over.
But let's
Hi.
more
They're talking. I don't want to talk over
it's
them.
not more I feel like the natural selection analogy could be, how do I say this? I feel like it's because it's not necessarily
it's often abused, right? When you hear about the way the theist presents the natural selection, they say, "Oh, if you're going to adopt natural selection, just become Hitler, right? Right? But like, is Hitler still around? No, he was selected out, so he made poor moral choices, right?"
No, I'm not trying to say that. I'm sorry. I'm not the best communicator. If you it's not natural selection. I don't feel like that's an apt analogy. It's more economic pressure. Like, I am, by stealing, I'm making the business better so that they will invest in more things like AI or reevaluate their positions on self-checkout. Wouldn't, by being a better economic predator, to bring it back to natural selection, wouldn't I make the prey in turn better in terms of economic
Well,
terms?
you're in the short term harming others, right? That's the point.
Well, don't all predators harm others? To continue this analogy.
So we live in a society, though, right? And we're not predator and prey with others in the society. I feel like it's really toxic to view it that way.
But the strong have always preyed upon the weak. And it's just nice feeling economically empowered, in the age of oligarchy now, by just actually getting away with
Do
feelings.
mothers eat their young, right? Aren't mothers stronger than their young, right? They're going to be selected out if they do that. So it's not really a fitness thing, right? But you have one
that would
scientific
depend
principle.
species to species, to be pedantic about it. But I
your
understand what you're
behaviors-
saying.
Dave, how would you feel if somebody walked into your home and stole your TV?
That's I would not. Well, to be perfectly honest, no, I would not like.
Would you say thank
Social
you?
con?
They made me invest in security cameras and tighten up my fortress here.
I've actually. There's people who have wronged me and stolen from me in the past, and yes, that has made me much more aware. But it's not like I invited them to steal. I feel like that's a bit of an extreme example because, my home isn't a place of commerce.
It's a social contract. It's no different than stealing from the store. We live in a society with other people.
And I think the best example was still going just back to intent. I believe that because it was accidental, that generally, not always, will say what your future actions are going to be. I understand you got a rush from it. I have actually heard that from other people. However, I think it's because it is separated out. There is a separation possibly between, a drug-like feeling over here, and then whether it does harm either a corporation or a small business or something like that. But I will say, to just put a bow on it, self-checkouts are going away. There's a reason that self-checkouts are going away, and that's because the vast majority of data says that corporations lose money when they put self-checkout because of how much stuff is stolen. A vast amount is stolen through self-checkout. And so not only do they lose money, but oftentimes because the machine breaks, they have to call someone over to work the machine, thus basically making self-checkout kind of redundant. And so, yes, hopefully this problem will go away. But again, the moral situation, I think, really does come down to the intent, and the intent oftentimes to do harm or not care about doing harm.
Yes, and theism encourages theft, right? If you go a deeper reading of the Bible, you'll see where the God demands that people steal lands, right? So they're going against their own species to to tribalism, to treat them as others and go to war with them and annihilate these people. The nature does not do this, right? Even though there's predator and prey, if a species decides to totally eat, all of its resources, right? That's not a fit move to make, right? They're
Can I
going to
just
cause
throw
their
out
extinction.
one bone out here, that because we're sitting here and we are talking about robbing and theft and all of this, and I wouldn't, I have a lip piercing, and so I have to say this basically, it's mandatory, but that unfortunately corporations and pharmaceuticals are very good at also stealing from people. So as much as we are talking about this, and I actually agree with the vast majority of what has been said, at least on principle. Unfortunately, these CEOs are also making vast amounts of money and not paying their employees enough. And there's also a reason why these pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies are getting the flack that they are, and that's because they are just stealing people, but somehow it's become legal now. Not saying that defends anyone else, not saying that defends other people should steal. That doesn't mean one stealing shouldn't be another stealing. I'm just throwing that out there because unfortunately that is society right now too.
Who gets those jobs and those political positions that allows this to happen though, right? It's people, right?
Sure.
All this starts at the ground level. We have to promote a civilized society and not preying upon each other from the ground level. And then if we continue promoting this positivity, at some point, hopefully stuff will start to change. But we get like theists in power, and as Wise Ape has mentioned, theists have arbitrary morality. They have no good reason to believe anything they say. They have no good reason for the moral claims they make, and they justify it under the guise of business, right? I mean, Dave, if you owned a business and you had a lot of people, let's say you've got a self-checkout and you're running a grocery store, right? Similar situation, and you have, let's say, $150 worth of stuff stolen over the course of a week. How's that going to impact your business?
I would need more. I mean, you said I have 150 employees.
$150. I don't know how many employees, but let's say you're running a standard size same size grocery store you went into, and you have $150 stolen a week. How's that going to impact your business?
Oh, that would be a write-off. I mean, it was a national grocery chain.
So it would be a write-off. But what is that lost money going to do to your business?
Well, I mean, I'll take something from Amy there. Hopefully, that would encourage the business to see that the self-checkout is not a economically viable option. So maybe we should have the best of both worlds, where we hire more. We get rid of the self-checkouts, go back to how grocery stores used to be, like back in the 90s and early aughts, and we pay the employees. We pay. I'm sorry, I'm a bit flustered here. We go to a system where we pay people to check out groceries, and we also then don't have as much theft because we got rid of the scanners. Like you said, we live in a society, so paying people more, I mean, or not paying people more, having more people employed would be a win-win, while we have less. Well, it wouldn't be a win-win because human resource costs would go up. I don't know. I feel like I'm just rambling now. Sorry, I'm really nervous here, guys.
Oh, you don't need to be nervous, but it would increase the cost of your business, right? And
yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. Sorry to interrupt. That is exactly what I was trying to say over 30 seconds. You're too damn good at this. Sorry.
You're good, Davegar. But
let's say that hits your profit margins, right? And you end up with you're $150 short on your profit margins. Who do you take that from? You don't have the option to change it to AI or whatever your options that you're suggesting are on the spot, and impact it. In fact, it's going to impact your ability to purchase that type of stuff in the future, right? So who do you take that money from so that your business stays profitable?
I literally don't know. I'm not very business minded and savvy. So
you probably take it from your employees, maybe give them less hours, maybe you mark up your products.
Yeah,
a little bit.
it would be a combination of those.
You mark up your products to account for the loss, and then you continue to increase your theft, or I forget what it's called, but your
Loss prevention.
Yeah, loss prevention. You increase your budget for loss prevention. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to approach it, but it's all going to hurt your business.
Can I also add in another layer here, which again, it's going to be very subjective and going to vary, but I do also view stealing from a vastly successful Fortune 500 company as different from stealing as a mom and pop shop. Because when you are stealing from mom and pop shops, when you are stealing from companies that really can't take on board certain amounts of loss, you're doing could be irreparable damage that makes them go out of business. I'm not saying that makes it more valid to steal at a Fortune 500 company. I'm saying, especially if it's again, the difference between accidental and intent. If you are accidentally stealing from a Fortune 500 company, I'm going to look at that as a less immoral action. If you are purposely stealing from a smaller company and thus really doing harm that you know of, a sliding scale is going to go higher and harder towards that being an immoral action. Again, this may just seem like the Amy Newman morality. I think that there is some good biological and philosophical reasons why I'm saying this. Nonetheless, I think it's another layer to look at.
Yes, and so when the price of goods goes up, right, where people don't really know how to budget, and eventually they're going to maybe potentially run out of money on the utilities that they actually need, right? They don't budget for that. Maybe they don't have enough money to buy oil for the winter and the lights go off, right? Because they had to pay $6 for eggs all year, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
So stealing is probably an immoral act, right? That goes against natural selection because, all of a sudden people are freezing to death, right? Because what are you going to do? Just say, oh, help, help.
Yeah, I suppose those people will be resorted to stealing oil then. And then they would get, the ones that aren't good at it would be in prison. And the ones that are good and could potentially get away with it would just learn how to steal oil better. The oil company would invest more and more money in loss prevention until it becomes economically prohibitive.
Yeah, so stealing
And then,
leads to
and then everybody
prices.
goes out of business.
Yeah, it leads to a slippery slope where things just get out of hand and the whole thing's over.
I think Martin in the audience or in the live chat just had a really good question. So whether you're stealing accidentally or on purpose, is keeping the goods without paying the same as stealing with a motive? Let's just say you steal by accident. Is that the same as stealing with a motive? If you don't, if you find out later, and
I would say it's separate. So, because it's two different layers. Because again, I think intent generally shows what you will do in the future. If you are a thief, you go around intending to steal. Even if you just like to do it, you are generally going to do it in the future. I would like to say because davegar did it accidentally, that would actually show a record that he is not going to do it in the future. Now, there is another layer. Do you return it or not? I agree that's a moral element, but I think that is a lesser degree than the original doing to harm. It's the same as if someone drives a car into someone and someone does it accidentally, technically they are both horrible, horrible, horrific things that happen. However, someone that drives a car into people, well, we don't want them driving again because they're going to show a record of wanting to do that again and again. Hopefully the person who did it accidentally, as horrible as it is, as horrified as they are, will learn from that, and we don't have to fear them getting back on the road.
I don't think that's analogous to the situation, though, because once you find out you stole or you took something by accident and you're like, okay, I have the ability to make them whole, and you decide not to make them whole because it benefits you personally, at that point, I feel like that's the same as stealing.
I can make it analogous. Just imagine you hit someone, or you decide the next moral element is: do I tell other people or not?
Well, you can tell other people, right? But that's not analogous because let's say it ends up severely hurting that person and they're never able to recover. That isn't going to be a spot where you can make it right? But in a situation where you take $17 worth of goods and you realize later on, oh, I did that by accident. Should I go make it right? Should I not? And you decide not to make it right. In my opinion, that would be equivalent to stealing $17 worth of goods.
I'm definitely in the taco camp on this because that's exactly how I feel. As soon as I got over, the dopamine hit from shoplifting, just temporarily. Yeah, I mean, you're elucidating my thoughts better than I can vocalize them. I feel exactly like you do. Anyway,
I'd say you could still return it. I guess my analogy is that there's just two different separate occurrences, and I think they at least show the difference between intent to do it again. I'm not saying that you can't rectify it. In fact, I agree. I think I would probably myself feel bad, go back and pay the money. I would just say that it's multiple separate layers that we can ask different questions.
Yeah, and under theism, right, there would be no reason to really return the money, right? Because God can make it right, and that's what a lot of theism do.
Yes, magic, return of goods. I understand. But anyway, guys, I feel like we may have exhausted this. I just have one more question, if you wouldn't mind indulging me.
Sure. And then we got someone else raising their hand, and so we're gonna wrap up. But absolutely, what's your next question?
Yeah, I just have two things real quick. One is, can you recommend any books or anything that explores morality from a philosophical perspective that would be accessible to a newbie such as myself?
I will say Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape.
There's also a lot of sources. You can just Plato.stanford.edu has a bunch of information on everything philosophy related. There's also, you can go to Google. There's all sorts. Pretty much everything ever printed is online somewhere in some form or fashion, right? And I'm not saying pirate anything. I'm just saying that you can type in different opinions you have and then find people that you think align with your position, and then just read the stuff that's out there, right? There's tons of stuff available online, totally free, on every philosophical position if you just look for it.
Okay, thanks. And then the final thing that I had is just for content purposes. I would appreciate if you guys didn't re-upload this to YouTube. But that's just me because I am kind of admitting to wrongdoing.
There's two
but
people
if you want to,
here.
whatever.
There's two people live streaming here.
Okay.
But I love you, Davegar. I've loved you forever. So we're just glad you came up here.
Well, thank you for your time, and thank you for dealing with me tripping over my words quite a bit. I'm sorry. I'm still just extremely nervous. So. But I appreciate your time. Thank you all very much.
We appreciate you coming up. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Davegar.
All right, we have Z Manuel. Let me see if there's any more questions in the live chat real fast. Why did the author of Matthew make up a mass annihilation in Matthew 2:16? Why is it?
Hello.
Well, I missed the question. What was that? I was thinking about that last Theist caller, right? Like he's concerned about it being uploaded to YouTube. Like, why is he
think that
not
was a
concerned
joke.
with
I
the
think
God
Davegar
that sees
knows.
all things? Like
Yeah,
the
right.
God knew that he stole it, right? And because he believes the God can just forgive him, right?
Oh, Davegar's an agnostic atheist.
I think he was an incognito theist, but that's just my hunch.
I don't think we'll have a good answer for why the author wrote that, though, to be honest, because we don't know the motive behind it. But what's going on, Z Manuel?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hi, what do you believe and why?
Are you guys atheists?
We are.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. No, I just wanted to make sure. Theist Helpline, is that like a play on Atheist Helpline?
Well, we're here to help theists work through their theism, right? So are you a theist of some sort?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Oh,
Why
gotcha.
would a theist need? What do you mean work through?
Yeah, we're here to help you better cohere with reality, right? So why do you believe, I guess, what are your beliefs and why do you believe what you believe?
What do you mean better cohere with reality?
The most of your beliefs in regards to the theism thing probably don't comport with reality, right? And so we're here to help theists figure out what's going on and work through it, right? So
Yeah,
what do you believe exactly and why do you believe what you believe? What's up, Isaac?
Yeah, it's exactly why I was pushed into becoming a pastor, was to help theists, right? They need help, right? We have a helpline, and pastors should be helping theists.
Oh man, are you guys still doing the new atheist thing in like 2025? I don't know, man. I thought people were past that. But that's
That's
just
where we're at, right? So you believe in some theistic stuff, and we're asking you what you believe in and why. Would you like to engage with that?
yeah, but you didn't answer my question. What do you mean by cohere with reality? If you did answer it, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. I did answer that, but what do you believe in and why?
Well, I already said I'm a Christian.
And why are Christians so object? Why do they object to the notion that they need help? Right? Isn't that by definition what they need? They need a help from a God, right?
So you're a Christian. What type of Christian are you?
You're in a desperate position here, right?
I'm a Catholic.
So what do you believe in exactly?
I'm a Catholic.
That doesn't tell us anything.
In fact, the more interesting point is actually the why.
You don't think Catholic has content? Meaning?
I mean, every person that believes in a God concept believes in something totally different, right? You can talk to 25 Catholics and they'll all give you a different idea of this God concept, right? So tell us about your position and why you believe it.
That doesn't seem to be true. I mean, that can't be true by definition. If you have a different view of God, you'd be considered a heretic.
Okay, so that doesn't change them from having different beliefs, right? Or stop them from having different beliefs, right?
Yeah, but it kind of refutes the idea of what you just said, that like they may be mistaken about their own beliefs. That can happen.
Just
Sure.
saying they're not real Christians, right? And That's not really.
I
a
don't know.
good
They can be
response, but-
mistaken. They can maybe misunderstand the theology, but
All right.
you know, like
So we're
there's a
here to help theists through their
universal.
theism.
I would say.
You've got a position you hold to be true, and we would like to hear about that position, ideally, and why
Yes.
you think that position is true.
And the average Catholic or Christian, right, is mistaken, right? That's one of the reasons why I became a pastor.
Do you not feel comfortable talking about your position?
Uh, I don't know what the answer to the pastor or you.
Well,
But yeah,
doesn't-
no, I'm Catholic, like I said. I don't know if like I need to elaborate on that, but yeah.
Yeah, could you go? Because I think it's always easy, myself included, to go over the what. But I'm really interested. You said you're a Christian, the flavor is Catholic, but why? Why are you a Catholic Christian?
Because I believe it's true.
Yeah, but something had to convince you. I know it. I may say you can't be born, and you'll say, "No, I was born a Christian." But is it just because your parents?
No, I
made
was
you,
actually
or-
a very militant atheist. Like back in when I was 15, 16.
Who
I was
hurt
very
you?
militant, very big into secularism,
What
natural.
convinced you? Did something happen that made you find your Lord Jesus Christ?
Yeah, what happened? What hurt you?
I attribute it to my prefrontal cortex developing, but you know we can argue about that. Usually,
Yes,
as
I
you
would love
get
to.
older, right? Like you know you become more sober minded, more mature. You know you start to develop more rational beliefs. You know, and
But you have to
say that-
understand, from our point of view, that both looks condescending and ironic because you're like, it took me becoming a man to realize that people can come back from the dead. I mean, I don't mean
Yeah.
to lay it out like that, but that's what
What's
it sounds like coming from to us.
Yeah,
Telling
what's
me your
rational about
beliefs are
that?
so sound-minded that you can't talk about them to a group of people?
well, isn't what do you mean? I am talking about them.
No, you're hiding behind the label Catholic, right? Like it's a prop. Like, look at me. I equate being Catholic with being good, right?
Yeah, well, it's here's
Talk
the thing.
about your
It'd be-
beliefs,
it'd be-
right? Talk about
It'd
your
be a lot easier if you
strange,
just ask me specific
fucked up
questions.
beliefs,
right?
right? Your rational beliefs,
Because
right?
it's kind of a vague
Go
question.
ahead.
Talk about your beliefs. Well, I have plenty of beliefs. I believe the Earth is round. I believe in a bunch of things. I believe I had breakfast this morning. Stuff like that. So you have to like be more specific. Ask me a specific question. Maybe we can go from there if you want.
I hate to do bait, but does the Bible think the earth is round?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm not an expert on like biblical cosmology. That's not my area of expertise.
I would say it's kind of debated. I know that they take it both ways. The flat earthers will use a chapter that says that it's round, and they will say, well, that actually is a circle, a flat disc, and not just. Nonetheless, I really want to hone in on this because it seems like the way you framed it is I was an atheist, but then I became a man. My prefrontal cortex developed, and I knew that I accepted Jesus Christ because that's what a man does. But why? I don't see the connection there. What about Christianity do you tie with becoming an adult and accepting reality?
It's too big of a question. That's why you have to kind of ask me something more specific. It's too vague. Like, what convinced you that you're real? It's like asking you, well, what convinced you were real? I'm not going to be able to give you one specific thing, right? It's like a multifaceted, multi-layered
Could
question.
you give
right?
us maybe the first crack between this transition between atheist and theist? What was
The
something?
first crack. That's a good question, actually. When did I start questioning my own naturalism.
Now, when did you start rejecting the shared naturalistic atheistic
An interesting
reality
question,
that
actually. I've
has
never
been
thought about that
revealed to
question,
all of
actually.
sound mind through
Thank you.
special and natural revelation in an
Maybe
undeniable
when
way?
I was like, I don't know, maybe when I was like, I'm trying to think.
Did I
That's
come through
actually a
there?
really good question. I've never thought about when did I
When
start
did you
questioning my
start to
philosophical
reject our
naturalism?
shared naturalistic atheistic reality? That's the
I
question,
guess it
right?
would have to be, let me think. Yeah, probably like around after high school, maybe like when I went to college, I started reading more. Yeah, I was probably then, I started reading more about
So that's when you
actually
started to reject our shared naturalistic atheistic
it's funny because
reality
I
that has
started
been revealed
reading
to all of
this
sound
book
mind through special and natural
about
revelation in
cosmology.
an undeniable
And this
way.
is something that really piqued my interest. I remember I was reading a book by it's actually interesting, is a book by an atheist. And he was describing how like the Big Bang, that was the theory of the Big Bang, right? Was
Okay.
in part developed by this Catholic priest, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." I thought, I thought Catholics were against science and stuff like that. I guess maybe you could say that piqued my curiosity, my interest. Why is this Catholic priest, doing cosmology, and why is he being photographed with Einstein?
Sure.
What
Okay.
does he have to do? What does he have to do with
What do you think the
theoretical
Big Bang
physics?
theory is?
Yeah, then maybe that was my first. Sorry, what was your question?
What do you think the Big Bang theory is?
How's that relevant?
What do you think the Big Bang theory is?
I don't think that's relevant. I'm just describing like or
Asking you, what do you think the Big Bang theory is?
it's a theory of cosmology. I don't know. It's a theory of cosmology, but anyways, it's irrelevant. The point is
it
that he asked
stuff
me
arising from stuff, or is it stuff
you were right
arising
the
from
first
nothing?
time.
Well, it doesn't matter really. That's not
It does.
the issue.
Is it stuff arising from stuff, or is it stuff
Well,
arising?
I don't know. I don't know.
He
It could go either
corrected
way. I don't know.
pronouncing me
And that's
correctly.
totally irrelevant. The point is that that's. He
Well,
asked me what
anybody of
was
sound
the.
mind that looks into the Big Bang theory would see that it's simply stuff arising from
It
stuff.
doesn't seem like you're
right?
interested in me like explaining. Like, look, he asked me like, what is it that piqued my
Whatever.
curiosity about investigating more into religion and stuff, right, in this secular world. And it was discovering like a little trivia, a little piece of trivia that I read from some textbook about. I'm pretty sure it was Brief History of Time, right, by Stephen Hawking. I'm pretty sure that was the book I was reading at the
So
time.
can I ask? I may be framing it wrong, but it sounds like you had a worldview where religious people really didn't step foot into science, and this was your first time really seeing that there was religious dominations that did have a hand in helping with some scientific discoveries.
No, it was more like I just thought that that was interesting. That led me to investigate, like, for example, the history of the Catholic Church and whatnot. And it's interesting because you mentioned biblical cosmology, right? Like that's also when that's around the same time when I started reading into this and realized that
Cosmology contradicts
the Catholic Church has always maintained that
But do you
that the Earth was round because it held to like the Ptolemean and Aristotelian geocentric model, right? And then of course it was Copernicus, which he was a Catholic monk, right? He's the one that developed
they sometimes go on
the
past their
Copernican principle, and that was it's interesting history, because we're taught in school, right, that it was the Catholic Church who persecuted scientists, and actually when you look into it, right, it was actually the universities were run by the monks, right, were run by the priests, by the monks.
I would say
the oldest
it's
universities
complicated
were
because
established by the church, right?
it depends on the time period, because you have time periods in the Dark Ages where they are persecuting scientists, and then you have times where they did get a little bit, especially during the Age of Enlightenment, where you did have people from the Catholic priests actually putting out their own cosmologists. What I would actually say, and the pin mark that I would say, is that the difference is that when those priests and pastors go into the lab, they actually hang up their frocks, and they are, metaphorically, of course, and they are doing science just like everyone else. I like that. I wish more religious leaders would do that instead of trying to fight. But what I would like to get
That's actually, I just want to say something to that, because that's actually also a myth, the idea that there was ever persecution of like philosophers or natural scientists, right? That's actually a myth. Like, do you know someone called Tim O'Neill?
I do not, but you're saying that
Yeah, he's actually an
scientist?
he's actually an atheist, and he's an agnostic, and a blog called his.
All right, so we're going to try to stay on topic here, right? So I've asked a bunch of questions and you've dodged them all. And we're trying to figure out why you hold your beliefs to be true. And you're just going into a history of this saying, like, there's a bunch of people that promoted education from the church. So if we're going to appeal to popularity, most current scientists are atheists, right? I don't think that's a good argument either way, though, right? So we're trying to figure out why you believe what you believe and what exactly you believe. You haven't told us if you think it's creation ex nihilo. You haven't told us if you think the God created the stuff from pre-existing stuff. You haven't told us if the God is a mind outside of space-time. You haven't told us literally anything about your position except that you're a Catholic, right? So we can probably know that you think that a Jesus thing existed and was like a God thing, even though he was a human and then came back from the dead, right? So can you address some of the points of the conversation before we have to move on to the next guest, and not just throw out totally worthless point after totally worthless point, please?
I disagree with your assessment of how the conversation is going, because I do believe I was providing an introductory account of my epistemology of how I came to believe what I believe, right, and why I believe what I believe, and
Well,
like
if
I
that's
said,
truly
in the
what you believe, you called the right place because you clearly need
like I said
help.
in the beginning, I maintain that it's a multifaceted, multi-layer, multi-part question, right? It's very complicated. Like to delve into religious epistemology is very complex, right? It's not a unidimensional answer, right? You're going to get various facets of the sort of what would you call it? Anatomy or forensics of belief, right? No, but I mean, and it's interesting that you chose to censor me, right? When I was explaining something.
Well,
we're not doing that.
No. Well, can I just very much, as this is the one point, I know he's not here right now, but very specifically, Galileo got persecuted by the Catholic Church for saying that the Earth was round. Now, I understand that modern Catholics, they believe in evolution, they believe in the Big Bang. The question I really wanted to ask him was, does he at least believe in the Big Bang? I assume yes, but anyway, I am sending love to him out there and all of our theist brothers and sisters. Hi, Schizo. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
What's up?
So I wanted to talk to you guys about whether or not you could change your beliefs and believe in a God if that God were collectively defined, for example.
Well, before I answer that question, of course, right? And the previous caller was excellent, right? Being a representative for Catholicism or theism in general, right? he didn't do a good job, not because of any personal deficiencies, right? But the reason he didn't do a good job was because of what he represents. So, congratulations, right? He was a classic textbook theist.
What was the
Yeah,
question,
I
Schizo?
try to. Well, I mean, I get what you guys are saying. What my question was, could we define a god into existence?
I mean, you could call a cup God, but who cares?
Well, I mean, it would have to be something that we could all agree on that could bridge the gap between religions.
You could say that my dog is taking gods in the backyard, right? Dropping dogs all over the backyard, right?
I mean, how relevant would that be to like helping people who are struggling, though? You know, I mean, I guess it'd be funny to hear that and be a joke, and it could be lighthearted.
Well, if you want to help struggling people, right, you don't recommend a god, something that doesn't exist. So if you're looking for help, right, we can develop applications that actually could help. Like a potato has more salvific properties than a god. You can use a potato for a lot of things, right? You can fry it, you can bake it, you can make scalloped potatoes, right? You can make a potato man.
Faith. No, potatoes ain't gonna save lives. But dude, what I'm trying to say is faith exists. And it doesn't just exist out of our imagination.
You can even make potatoes to make certain stamps, right? You can cut them into shapes and dip them into ink and then stamp them on paper.
Well, and also I would actually push back on that faith claim. I would say that the only place that faith
What
exists...
can you do with a god? Sorry, Amy.
Not a lot. Actually, you can make money. But yes, I would actually say that faith only exists in the imagination. This is why I push back on notions of things like higher powers. We could technically define a god into existence. You could say, here is this coffee cup. I call the coffee cup God. Therefore, we believe in God. But like you said, you pointed out yourself, the usefulness of that God is basically zilch. And so if we want to prove that there is a God that is useful and relevant, I think that has a high bar to meet. If not, I think we could actually lean on us not having a higher power and us focusing on us coming together and helping each other. There are people in need, just like you were saying, the people that are struggling, especially with things like death, with things like poverty, and all sorts of things. I think it has to be not from above high. It actually has to be us. And so we need to come out for our brothers and sisters.
So,
Amy, you can also make money off potatoes. Just look at McDonald's, right? They sell a lot of fries, right?
Check this out. No, you're right. In the sense that God is not just a noun, in that he exists as a status symbol or some kind of thing that we need to reach for, but maybe God in the definition being an action, more or less a verb in the quality of the way you live your life and the quality of how you communicate with your neighbors and whatnot.
But
you should concern yourself with the quality of a potato, right, over the quality of a god, right? Like potato quality is very important. If you treat your potatoes really not good, you've seen a rotten potato, right? They start to sprout and become useless.
Your potato metaphor could describe the quality of a god. Sure, maybe God's more like a sponge. Maybe he absorbs our consciousness.
See, I get worried about consciousness very specifically being used with gods. It's what I try also. So a higher power doesn't need to have a consciousness. However, I would say that once we are starting to say that it's a mind, even a collective unconscious, I think we have a higher bar to actually fill. And I will continue to repeat that although it would be great if those were true, and I understand the poetic value of them, I think that moving forward, especially a post-Enlightenment society, we're going to have to just come together, and charity is going to have to be for the sake of charity.
What do you
I can
actually
see
believe,
that.
Schizo?
I mean, what I actually believe is that like we are constantly summoning God's presence just by even just by speaking about him, thinking about him, doing good deeds, staying healthy, keeping history uncorrupted and relevant. I think there's a lot of things that we do as a society that could be considered God or God-like.
You're saying him, though. Who is this man?
It's not a man as much as it's probably a quality of existence.
Are you a pantheist?
I don't know. I don't like abide to any labels. I haven't really looked up the term of what represents what I believe, but I could, I could be saying that the rocks have consciousness, and that on a quantum level,
Please don't.
there is a element of awareness.
But why can't there just be this ideal? It doesn't have to be. I know that currently we use the language godlike, but why can't it just be that we are trying to aim for the best of us? We don't always achieve the best of us. In fact, some of us do bad things, but hopefully we actually try to learn from them. We start to learn to empathize with others, and we do better.
Politically speaking, I would agree with you. A meritocracy, and even combine that with a technocracy, where your merit is how you apply the technology and the knowledge you use. Like, I would think that'd be the best system. But some of that means for some people that there happens to be a God that others might disagree with.
Unfortunately.
So, are you a Christian?
No, I think Jesus is pretty cool though. I think he died for our sins. I don't know if he did a bunch of magic stuff. Like, I don't think he resurrected. I don't think he turned water into wine. I don't think he turned loaves and fishes to feed millions. But I do think he died for our sins for sure, though.
But I asked that because you said, the rocks have consciousness and desires, right? Like rocks are God. Like, and that seems to be a very Christian position, because they say, if nobody worships this God, the rocks will start to talk. So I'm just wondering, like, do you think rocks desire that some be circumcised? That's cutting away the foreskin of their penis?
Oh, you're hilarious, man. I'm so glad that you asked that, because my thinking is that it's an interpretation of what they heard from the rocks, less of it's actually what the rocks desire,
So in the Old Testament, I believe it was David, right? He collected foreskins, right? This was done. Some people say it's about it's a metaphorical circumcision, but like he collected real biological foreskins, right? And this was in the theistic paradigm.
That's still being done today. They use foreskins as stem cells for stem cell research and makeup even. I don't know, that's really weird. I didn't mean to shift the subject to that, but that's the case. People foreskins are still being harvested, man.
But you're an atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist. I think I'm agnostic, because I know that I can't completely know the absolute truth.
Sure, and
I'm always trying to learn, because if I take a position, that usually means I close my mind off to some other options or some other avenues of knowledge. So what I try to do is I try to find the fundamental truth that I can, and then call it subjective, so to speak.
Well, and it's okay to be convinced of things. I would just say I'm against these notions of absolutes, like you were saying, to be absolutely certain of almost anything. But that doesn't mean we can't know anything either. And yeah.
So you started off promoting faith, which most people would define something along the lines of unjustified belief. Why would you want to promote unjustified belief over justified beliefs?
Well, it can also be an instinct in that, take a mother and her child. Like the mother will always have faith in their child regardless, and that's not just a psychological condition. That's not just DNA.
That's not what
There's
we're
some
talking
spirituality
about,
to that.
though. That's not analogous to. You're saying promote an unjustified belief in some supernatural.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be unjustified if you listen to the person who was had the faith and what their justifications for it was. It's not necessarily something that you can have over everybody instantly. Like all of a sudden, all these people have justification for their faith, and this is what it looks like. They tried that, and that's why the Bible exists.
It's unjustified belief, though, right? They believe
No,
that
the
there's
whole-
this God
No, the
mind.
Bible is
that
the justification, bro. No, you're not getting it. The Bible is their justification.
So
It's the
listen
collective
for a
effort
second.
of society
Listen for a
to come
second.
together to come up with the
Listen
faith.
for a second. So they're claiming oftentimes that a mind exists out of space-time, right? And it created everything that exists, right? With no causal connection to the universe, although somehow it caused all this stuff to exist. There's nothing that suggests that thing exists. In objective, I guess a book does, but like in objective reality, there's nothing that points to that God thing. There's a world around us we all share that they can examine, and those books contradict a lot of the natural facts that we've revealed through both natural and special, or had revealed to us through both natural and special revelation, right?
I think that they're really good clues. They're good directions, but I don't think any specific religion has all the answers at all. I don't think that's the truth. I don't think any religion has 100% access to 100% reality, absolute definition by their books. I think they all have good breadcrumbs towards the same direction, where we should all come together and define what it is all of our faith should be invested in, whether it be in scientific evidence or whether it be in qualitative data. But I think that we shouldn't just delete God entirely.
It's about whether the belief is justified to hold or not, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the justification can be collected, like I said, collectively defined. It needs to be an effort. Maybe it's a bridge between our politics and how we use faith as a currency rather than as a blind trust into something.
I would say that I'm actually moving towards us deleting God. I think that is a good thing. And I think that faith is believing something without good evidence. I know that sounds like a harsh definition, and yet if you have evidence, you don't need faith.
I would say more or less faith is closer to being a gut instinct that we shouldn't deny or reject entirely.
But why can't you just have gut instincts? Why can't it just be a natural, biological, psychological mechanism?
Because society exists not to crumble, but to civilize.
Sure. I mean, all I'm trying to say is I think that the faith religious language actually does more damage to us at this stage in development of society than it does good. There might have been a time where we should be writing down, hey, everybody, don't kill your neighbor. At this point, we should be teaching that to our kids. We know that. And so I think that it only hinders us. And I'll tell you why. Because yes, you can pick out the one or two good things that you say, look how well this has helped us survive. But then you can pick out the other half dozen things and you say, wow, this is immoral. And if you say, well, we don't use those anymore, then there's something else going on. We are using something else to decide in this book what is good, what is bad, and thus it makes it like any other book. I'm not saying we have to throw away the Bible. What I am saying is the best way, I think, moving forward is for us to understand that it is a historical context. These people did believe it at the time, and now we don't.
Yeah, faith is a mechanism that leads to abuse of gullible people, and so politicians who want to invoke faith, right? It's like a way to abuse and yeah, that's the only term that I can think of off the top of my head. But like, if you drive a car from Tesla, you just don't have faith in the car. Like, they've done the necessary steps to prove that this is a reliable car, right? You just don't jump into a car that somebody made a battery in their backyard and here, drive down the highway with your family in it, right? So faith is a mechanism that people want to implore so that they can abuse people in their personal lives. Like, we don't invoke faith in society, like, at large. Like, oh, I just have faith.
Hey, this is the Theist Helpline, so we would like to get a Theist up here. So if you want to make like a final point, that's cool, and then we'll go ahead and pull up another guest. But I just don't think this conversation really has anything to do with what we're trying to do here, right? You're just saying, hey, can we define a god into existence? Sure, my dog drops gods all over the backyard, right?
Oh, well, I guess if you don't value faith, then there's no point in discussing it.
But can I just say, I know he just left, although we don't value faith, we do value people doing good things to others. It is
Amen.
And so we just need to find secular alternatives to what used to be religious institutions.
Yeah. Hello, guys. I'm a secular Jew. I'm an atheist, but the reason why I came here is, in fact, so I'm having discussions with theists all the time. Like, I'm dealing with the topic since, let's say, 9 years or something.
That sounds really hard. I'm sorry.
At some point, I had an idea, like, to invent my own religion, because I thought all these arguments, like,
we found Elrond.
Pull it out and explain what's wrong in the Bible, or
I tease
how science works and stuff, do not really work.
That's what I did a couple of years ago, or year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that. I used ChatGPT to create Evidism, which is the most based and fastest growing religion in the world.
ChatGPT, who does that? Yeah, I know. But Taco, I know your channel. I love it. Amy, also, I'm looking at from time to time. Wyzip, sorry, I don't know you. But nevertheless. And
send them.
I'm just a pastor. That's all right.
And yeah, the only thing why I came up, I want to like present my religion. There is not a lot, and you try to poke some holes in it. And but the only thing that I have for it, I have 6 roles of my religion, but I don't know where to post it, or I can read them up, and then you can kind of try to, make it bad or something. And this is what I would like to have.
Well,
if you're not
we're more here to chat with theists about their beliefs in God things or supernatural stuff or cryptids. I love cryptid discussions, right?
Okay, that's why I'm telling you. This is the only reason why I came up. If that's not the topic of this stage, I totally understand it. It was just a try, right? And so I'll like make place for the next guy, because
feel free to DM us, right? But we're more here to try to help theists through their theism, right?
Yes. Okay. I'll make place for another guy. So have a nice evening. I will stay and listen. Bye bye.
I just want to make a final comment, which is really just almost a compliment, but coming from secular Jewish household, that is the way that I hope that religions go. I feel like the Jews who have been in it the longest, they get the most bored at it, and then they realize that it's not real. And then I'm hoping that the Christians and then eventually the Muslims.
I can make a comment to this too. It's
Sure.
like Judaism. To my opinion, 16 million Jews, 16 million opinions, by the way, how it works. But in fact, is it like that? They made a book, tried to describe how you have to live to be a good person. And maybe they tried to explain how the world came into being. And of course, the Torah has like 613 rules you have to like follow. But we have kind of way out, because according to Judaism, God left because he was fucked, because we didn't listen and stuff. He was angry, and he said, we are now responsible for what's happening now. So the Jews have to discuss the rules which are in this book and to follow them or not. And most of them are not followed, because of the disgusting circumcision rule, right? If this will go away, then it will be, I think, a nice philosophy, because the bad stuff, for example, like the stoning of children when they are not listening to their parents and stuff, you should find a case where it happened the last time, or if it really happened, and all stuff like that. Like the Jews, even the crazy Jews, the believers, and they discuss the rules, and they're not all always following all of them, because they have like the power to say, no, we don't. This rule is not okay. We don't need to follow that. Okay, this was the last talk.
No, sounds good. Exactly. You gotta argue over things. No more God. Let's figure this out.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
thank you. Thank you
Picasso.
too.
We've got Sesmet's up next.
Hello.
What's going on, Sesmet's?
I've got some bad news. I'm not a theist.
Seems like they're all terrified to come up here or discuss their position. What's going on, though?
I'd start off by saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and you can't prove a negative, right? So many times as an atheist, I'm asked to prove that God doesn't exist, and I just think that the burden of proof is being reversed, right?
This is oftentimes they try to reverse the burden of proof, because what's going on is they're claiming that God exists, and you're saying, well, I don't believe your God exists, right? And then they're like, okay, well, prove it, right? The person I agree, the person making the extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. And if somebody wants to justify their non-belief in the God, it's as simple as saying, look at all the empirical evidence available to us. None of it suggests any God things exist. None of it suggests any supernatural stuff happens. None of it suggests stuff could come into existence, right? You look at philosophy, even going.
Well, that's what they always try and do. They always try and get me to prove that God doesn't exist.
Even going into philosophy, none of it suggests a God thing exists, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a bunch of positions on philosophy, but if you think honestly about the different positions and you do legit philosophy, none of it's going to lead you to supernatural stuff unless you're special pleading or you have some type of intuition, right? And you're just following your intuition, right? But I feel like you're correct in saying that they're trying to flip the burden of proof onto you because they don't want to support their position that a God thing exists.
Yeah. So it's hard trying to say who has the burden of proof. But I think that Occam's razor is a good metric when we're trying to decide who has the burden of proof. I think that when someone makes more assumptions, then the burden of proof is on them, right?
Yeah, I mean, just how to explain this. So if somebody claims a God thing exists, and then you say, I don't believe you, Or let's say that somebody is. Let's do a real world example. Let's say that somebody's trying to sell you something, and they say this product does these amazing things, right? Well, do you have any customers that can verify that this product's going to help my business? No. Do you have any data available that I can analyze? No. Do you have a product that I can look at prior to purchasing it? No, that'll get to you when you. There's nothing verifiable there. Are you going to buy the product?
Yeah, and they say, prove to me that the product is wrong.
Right. Exactly. And they're like,
prove to me that I'm wrong about the product.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you saying my product doesn't work? Well, give me some evidence that my product doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see any happy customers. I don't see anything verifiable. I don't know if purchasing this product is a good decision, right? Well, prove to me my product doesn't like that's absolute nonsense. That's what's going on the theistic side.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but I
really,
deal with
it's
that.
worse than that.
Every
They're
single time I try to say that I'm not that I'm an atheist, they always try to say, "Well, prove that God doesn't exist." That's what they always go to.
They're like a sports drink salesman, right? That says, "Drink this bottle of bleach and you'll live forever," right? And you say, "No, you won't. You'll die." And they say, "Well, prove it." If you're claiming that you'll die from just, and we're like, "No, I'm not going to drink that. I already know," right? So and that's what the theist does. They're like, "Come to us and you'll have eternal life in heaven." And you say, well, how do you know that? They're like, "Well, you just got to die to find out," right?
Yeah, but that's what I always deal with is the reversal of the burden of proof.
And can I also? Oh no, go Taco.
Sorry, you can go and then I'll ask my question.
Well, the reason that they want to shrug off their burden of proof is also because the beliefs, just to be quite frank, many of them are silly. I find that these presuppositionals in both Christian and Muslim channels, they often don't believe in evolution. They often don't believe the world is, older than 6,000 to 10,000 years. And so to defend those claims would make you sound not very intelligent. And so what do? They try to use these tactics like a Uno reverse card. Please prove to me that a god cannot exist so I don't have to explain how a guy came back from the dead.
Yeah, that's what they always do. Darth Dawkins himself, the presuppositionalist, he always says that even if you're an agnostic, you're implicitly assuming God doesn't exist. Now prove it.
Indeed.
I mean, to be fair, if you ask an agnostic if a god exists, they'll probably say, I don't know, or I don't believe in a god, or something like that, right? I mean, to be fair, I feel like agnosticism is way closer to atheism than most people act like it is, right?
Fair enough. But still, Darth Dawkins will try to then say that even the agnostic has to prove that God doesn't exist. When it's not even reasonable for the atheist to have to prove that, right?
Right. It's just dishonesty.
Mm-hmm.
Just go back to the product example, right? Are you
Yeah.
going to disprove, or are you going to prove to me that my product doesn't work? If not,
If I
you're gonna buy
explain
it,
that to
right?
them, they'd just say it was a false analogy, but they wouldn't explain why the analogy was false, right?
It's also because they expect you, something we were talking about earlier, to have something called absolute certainty. They will say they are absolutely certain that God exists, and therefore they actually have more knowledge than you, who claims that you don't have absolute certainty. But I mean, from our
which is a fallacy, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, from our point of view, they're just claiming it. I mean, it's great that you believe you have absolute certainty, but so did the people on the Titanic.
Like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I don't, but that doesn't mean that you do, right?
Indeed.
If you claim no gods certainly exist to somebody, or no gods exist, or however you decide to phrase it, you may have a burden of proof. Oftentimes you will have a burden of proof, right? But if you're engaging in conversation and the theist approaches you and they're like, the Christ God exists, they're claiming a very specific type of God concept, and very specific claims with that religion that aren't supported by evidence, and they would have a burden of proof to prove to you that that's probably true.
Yeah, but Darth Dawkins would say that I implicitly assert that God doesn't exist, even if I don't actually assert it.
Their
And he
arguments
tries
are
to get me
nonsense.
to
I
prove
wouldn't
it.
listen to presuppositionalists, right? Their arguments are total nonsense.
I know, but I
Well,
try
if
to
you
have a
want to
response
find,
to everyone.
if you want to find something that a theist is uncertain about, right, and doesn't, and will utter the words "I do not know," all you have to do is find a falsifiable claim, right? Like you can say, "What's out back behind the building?" Though either they know, right, because they've been there and they have some evidence to say, or they'll say I don't know, right, because they truly, it's a falsifiable claim. Now with their God, they're so confident in telling you, well, I absolutely know, because they've defined that God like out of existence. Basically, it's unfalsifiable. It's like, well, where is the God? Oh, he's outside of space and time. Well, then how can you be certain about it? Oh, I am, and you can't prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm. You see, I do believe in an uncaused cause and some sort of necessary existence, but I don't see why that should be God, right?
Yeah, I think they're just defining the universal quantum field as God and then applying a bunch of attributes to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh, sorry, and I would even
It's
say
a bit like, are you familiar with the Kalam cosmological argument?
Yeah,
unfortunately.
and if there's no time, let's say time is emergent. I don't know if it's fundamental or emergent, but if there's no time, how can there be change?
I
There's gonna
agree
be
with
a
that.
first
Yeah.
cause.
Yeah. But the
If there's
the
no
conclusion,
space, how can
the
there be a first
conclusion of the
cause,
Kalam
right?
cosmological argument, the conclusion of it is that there is a cause to the universe. But who says that cause is God, right?
The Kalam has a lot of problems with it. It is assuming that the stuff began to exist. And when have you ever seen something actually pop into existence?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the other thing.
Well, it would have to be ex materia, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, even if you accepted the Kalam cosmological argument, you could just say it's a quantum fluctuation of the universal quantum field, or whatever you think the fundamental substrate is, right?
Yeah.
I'm open to an uncaused cause. The problem is that it is a philosophical concept right now, and it is not a physics concept. And the problem with it is that it goes against our intuition. We say everything has to have a cause, and yet, yes, it could be that there was something like a quantum fluctuation. It could even be something like a god, or it could be that there's just turtles all the way down and there's just always a cause. We could have a multiverse in which it continues to go back and back. So I'm open to the notion, but they never seem to attach a god in most of these arguments until like the end, or just define it into existence, and they never have anything that is empirical. That is to say, something that would take it from just a philosophical concept to actual real world, to the natural world.
And there is an important. I cannot speak. There is an important point to make here, in that metaphysics is going to be speculation, right? It's extrapolating from the observed to beyond scientific, beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm, right? It's speculation about natural reality, the fundamental nature of natural reality that goes beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm. It's got branches like ontology and cosmology, and these are speculative branches, right? So even if you accepted the Kalam, it's still speculation. Even if you accept an ontological argument, it's still speculation, right?
That's my
all
biggest
speculation.
That's my biggest problem with the Kalam, is even if you accept the conclusion, it doesn't lead you to a god, right?
There's no certainty there. It's speculation. Sure, you can present a deductive argument for it or whatever, right? Or an abductive argument for it, or make an inductive argument. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a sound deductive argument. Or inductive arguments don't have absolute certainty. Inductive arguments are saying, hey, this is likely the case, right?
But the Kalam cosmological argument is presented as an argument for God, but the conclusion isn't God exists.
Can I
in
also
the first place, right? It's a argument about metaphysics. It's a speculative argument in the first place.
It also
There's no guarantee with any metaphysical claims.
The other thing, and I'm sorry, sometimes I feel like I get so excited I step on people's feet, so I'm sorry, Taco. But the other thing that annoys me about Kalam is the language begins to exist, because begins to exist really has an assumption. That is to say, God is a being that doesn't exist, doesn't begin to exist, has always been. And you have to accept this as a premise if you are going to use that argument.
Yeah, but couldn't something else have always existed, and couldn't that be the beginning, right?
Yes, indeed, that there could be other things, but I would say that if you are just going to assert that, then at least we're going to need evidence. We need.
They seem to have this dichotomy where
it's
they
actually
say
more likely that it's another thing that already existed, right? Like the things that themselves, right? What they transitioned from. Like it seems to be like that's the eternal thing. At least we have priors for that, right? We have priors for this stuff. We don't have any priors for a god.
they have this dichotomy where they say either it's the universe or it's God, right? They say if it's not the universe, then it must be God. So whatever created the universe must have been God, but they've got no proof for that, right? They haven't even got a good argument for that.
I mean, they think their arguments are good because they accept the arguments, right? Everything with philosophy. So with philosophy, there's a bunch of different opinions on all sorts of topics, right? And people there's idealists out there, there's naturalists out there. There's all sorts of different philosophical positions that contradict each other, right? And with these positions, you generally look for some type of justification. I think looking at their justification is probably the best way to approach those conversations, because they're going to think they have good reasons to accept that, right? But
right,
they aren't going to think the same way that you think. They have a different way of thinking because of the way that they were raised, their level of schooling, the other beliefs that they accept to be true. It's going to impact. It's like everybody has different pairs of rose-tinted glasses on, right? And the best thing that you can do is look at their beliefs and try to figure out their justification behind it and see if it makes sense for you from your position, right? And it might not always. In fact, oftentimes it won't make sense to you, right? I mean, how many people you said you were an agnostic, right?
Agnostic atheist, right?
Yeah, how many people do you talk to that believe in God? Lots of people, right? And
right,
obviously none of them have convinced you that these things exist. You have different standards of justification than they do.
But I really want to press this idea that they say that if the universe came from somewhere, it must have come from a god. But what if something transcends the universe and it's not a god? Why can't they make sense of that?
Could be a cosmos, multiverse.
Right.
Can I also answer one question where they get this from? And I hate to say this, but they get it from people that were philosophers instead of theologians, and then sometimes watered down through theologians. So example would be like Kalam, and a lot of these cosmological arguments are they would say Aristotelian inspired. And so they will say this comes from the great thinkers before us.
Or
And
from Thomas
really,
Aquinas is
or
another
from-
common one.
And not only could I agree with you, I couldn't agree with you more. Because what happened is basically then Thomas Aquinas sat there and he said, well, we're using these, and although they didn't have the right God, they were inspired by God indirectly, and so these arguments actually point to ours. I'll even also point out that the school of Dawa itself is made to have these sorts of philosophical arguments created as a countermeasure to skeptics of the religion, almost like their version of apologetics. And so what they do is they get their best and their brightest and their scribes, and they try to say, we're trying to cite the best and the brightest from times ago, and that generally goes up against science. And so, yes, that's what I would say, because I'm more of a empiricist, I guess, as my bias has shown. I mean, I agree with what you were saying. Just because I gave flack towards an uncaused cause doesn't even mean that I myself couldn't be convinced of an uncaused cause. I would say I'm actually agnostic on it, and more that is what I'm trying to point out, is that we just don't know. But it absolutely could be, and then yes, all of these arguments, I would say, come from their versions of either apologists.
Well, what I would say is, if there is an uncaused cause, as I think there is, what is the nature of that uncaused cause? Why does it have to be intelligent? Why does it have to be omniscient? Why does it have to be omnipotent? Why does it have to be omnipresent? Why does it have to be omnibenevolent?
I don't think there's any way you can get there without special pleading, right? I mean, if you look at this philosophy in metaphysics that you're mentioning, I feel like it all points to a fundamental thing. Everybody's trying to understand the fundamental nature of reality, right? But when you actually look at the sciences and pull in the sciences, it's just energy in more simple forms, right? Why would you speculate that there's a mind, which when minds appear to have evolved over time on the planet Earth and maybe even on other planets, right? But it appears to have evolved over time on the planet Earth. Why would you think that this thing somehow exists without some type of structure to it? Right? It appears to have evolved in a system that allows this structure to occur, right? How could it exist without a structure? What does that even mean for a mind to exist without a structure?
Well, to be fair, I'm an idealist, so I do think it would have a mind, but I think it would have an extremely rudimentary mind. I don't think it would be anywhere close to intelligent or omniscient or anything like that.
But, well, so are you saying it just hypothetically would be in that situation? Or are you saying you do believe that?
I'm saying I believe in the mind, but I don't think it's omniscient or intelligent or anything. I think it's an extremely rudimentary mind.
If you've been to my country, I couldn't agree with you more. Bazinga. No, I would say that I want to go back to just one other point, and then I'm very interested now in what you're talking about with the mind, because I'm interested in that and consciousness. Aren't we all, though? But one of the ways that the precepts will say that it has to be a god, and again, I may be biased, but the Darth Dawkins school of thought, the presuppositional school of thought, is generally to have you be by yourself, have many people around you who disagree, and then bully you into accepting their definition or being kicked. That is to say, it has to be that this is the God, that is the uncaused cause. Do you know why? Because that is his nature. And this wasn't always the definition. I jokingly say this is the modern neo-definition of God. But they are going to tell you that a natural uncaused cause is impossible, because, of course, this is what has already been revealed through special a natural revelation, but they never really
And
get
they
to
just
that point.
they just assert that, right? They just assert it
Yes.
and then move on.
And say you can't reject it.
It's already been
Yeah,
told
but I
to you.
think there's a big difference between some sort of extremely rudimentary consciousness and some sort of omniscient being, right?
That, yes. So I'm also interested in that because I don't believe that I think you said you were an agnostic atheist. I don't believe that there is any form of consciousness that would be the creator of the universe, but I would say, who knows? I mean, it could be Matt Dillahunty's example is always it could have been a farting pixie, and thus it doesn't have really any form of intelligence at all. In fact, the universe would end up just being a byproduct of a mechanism accidentally of intelligence or the lack thereof. But it could
I
have
don't
been.
think it would be intelligent in any way. I think it would be the most simplistic type of consciousness you could possibly imagine. Maybe more simplistic than you could even imagine.
And I mean, I'd be open to any of that. I always say, bring it on. I just don't think that there's any
Yeah.
good evidence for simple, complex, or anything in between being the intelligence that is fundamental to the universe.
What would that even mean without structure, though?
Yeah, I don't know what it'd be like saying that we have an operating system that has no physical computer. I don't get how you have any of that without something really, to use Jordan Peterson's favorite word. I don't know what the substrate is.
Yeah. Well, this was a good conversation. We have one more person raising their hand, and we've got about 20 minutes left. So we're going to go ahead and move on to them here. This was a good conversation, though. Do you have any last things you'd like
Thank
to say,
you.
Sesmets?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Howdy, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, what's going on, 8-Bit?
So I'm also an atheist and a Satanist, but that's entirely beside the point. One thing I was wondering about is like one of the things I do argue with theists, and it's something that I believe disproves the existence of their God, at least with the certain popular definition. The whole triomny property, properties, that is to say, specifically the omniscience part, being in contradiction with him having given us free will. Anytime I try to bring that up, they never seem to comprehend it. And they just think that like, oh, we can just choose differently. But that would, was it contradict his, or if we could choose differently, he would not be omniscient. They just don't seem to understand that. Like, is there like any
You're
way
saying that if a God exists that's all-knowing, all-powerful, and omnibenevolent, or whatever terms they want to apply to that, but it's all-knowing and all-powerful, and it
specifically the all-knowing part?
And it created this world, and somebody's able to bypass its will for their own will, that would seem to contradict its ability to create the stuff how it wants to create it, something like that.
I guess it's more specifically that omniscience is in contradiction with free will, because like if our future actions are knowable, then they necessarily are predetermined, as we would have no choice but to perform them or do them or whatever.
In a way, it would
As they
know,
come
but
up.
it wouldn't know if we're choosing against its will.
Well, if God is omniscient, then he would know all our future actions are. Like he would know not only what our possible future actions are, but which ones we will in fact take. And if our future actions are knowable, then they are guaranteed to happen, and thus we have no choice but to do them. Right?
Right, so what's it mean to choose otherwise?
To choose differently from what he sees or foresaw or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what's it mean for the God if you're choosing otherwise than what it's foreseeing?
Well, if we choose otherwise, then that knowledge of our future actions, would not be actual knowledge. That information would be wrong, and thus he would not be omniscient.
Right.
So,
no, that's a good argument.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they cannot comprehend this. And I thought you would be familiar with this argument, and maybe be able to give me some help in like how to elucidate it to them, as you would say.
I think all you can do is give the arguments and hope they're open to reason, right? Because they're wearing rose-tinted glasses, just as we are.
Yeah.
And their rose-tinted glasses may not allow them to see it from your point of view.
Yeah.
I would also recommend the Socratic method, because that allows you to get around a lot of bias if you can just frame your viewpoint into a question, because then it puts the onus on them to kind of deal with the same dilemma that you went through, convincing you of whatever belief you have.
Right. The one thing though is like, how do I package this in like as an analogy, in order to do the whole Socratic line of questioning.
I will tell you, if you want to attack Christians with free will, look no better for things like Noah's Ark, because I love just trying to figure out. They will tell me, well, I'll say, well, does God, try to just remove babies? And they'll say, well, of course not. You just need to understand that he was he was removing evil, and thus it really doesn't. They won't say this, but it really doesn't get around their free will. And
yeah, I've brought that point up before, and they're like, oh well, they were going to sin anyway, or whatever.
Exactly, they were going to be born sinners. And
where's the free will?
The free part is they got a free trip to heaven. That's about it.
I think you could just say something like, so if you know everything and something happens that you didn't know was going to happen, do you really know everything?
Yeah, that's a good point. Excuse me, sorry.
I was trying to think of an analogy there, though. It's kind of hard to come up with an omniscient analogy besides applying omniscience to something, right?
Yeah, the best I could come up with is like, imagine if you had a box and there's like a hole in it that you can see the contents. The contents are predetermined, but like that's not even that great of one, because there's the whole temporal aspect, and yeah. So yeah.
I don't even know how omniscience would be possible, though, because
no,
it just seems like a nonsense concept. There might not be infinite data out there, right? But even if there's a finite amount of data, I mean, we know that's going to take a pretty massive structure to fit all that data. Ergo, the universe, right? The universe has all that, right?
Yeah.
And they're claiming a mind without structure has all this data. How is that even possible? Although I get what you're saying. You're accepting their presuppositions and then trying to do an internal critique there.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that would be possible in the first place, but that is definitely a hard one to come up with an analogy, because you're just playing imaginary games, right? At that point, I feel like.
Yeah. And I've brought up to people like, you probably haven't heard of him, but Prax Ben, he's like more of the whole Austrian school of economics kind of guy. His topic is typically or mostly like libertarianism and stuff. But like he doesn't seem to be able to comprehend it and just falls back to the whole like, well, God gives us free will, so he knows what our what all different choices we're gonna make or whatever. And yeah, so like even smart people seem to have a difficulty with that one. But on the topic you brought up of how it would even like you not knowing how it would even be possible to know all of everything that could happen, like even if our future actions do follow like determinism, which probably not because of quantum physics or whatever, but I still think human actions would be what's the term again, undecidable, which is a term I don't know where it started exactly, but like I learned about it with, maybe you've heard of the halting problem.
Go into it.
Do it.
Go into
it. Yeah. So the halting problem is something discovered, a concept discovered by Alan Turing, that a computer program, there's no way you can write a general algorithm that can inspect a code or a program and determine how long it will run until it stops, or it'll determine, if given a set of inputs, if it will halt or continue. And it's like, and he basically wrote a paper showing that is undecidable. It is impossible to actually determine ahead of time, that outcome.
I also
I'm not-
don't understand how a conscious being would work, that they are everywhere at all times, all at once, because
Oh, yeah.
consciousness is just such a fundamentally, at least from what we know about it right now, like
Yeah.
linear path
Yeah.
that follows causality, that I do not understand what it means to
And dependent
even-
on matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Which
It
exists in
just-
three-dimensional space too.
It just seems to defy everything that we know about physics and biology.
Yeah. But yeah, regarding the whole halting problem, like I think, since our brains are not exactly kind of like a computer, but like much like a computer, enough like a computer, that we could say that
Use
our,
that analogous.
even under determinism, our future actions are undecidable. Much like, whether a program, whether it will halt or continue given a certain set of inputs, is also undecidable.
Hey,
I'm not
so
sure if that
since we're all
undecidability
sorry.
is some form of non-determinism, but
Since
we
we're all
can't
atheists
determine it
here,
ahead of time. And apparently the halting problem poses a problem for theism, but regarding God's omniscience, but I'm not sure I fully understand the argument. But if you want to look into that in your free time, I'd recommend it, and it'd be
I'd have to
interesting
look
if
into
you.
that more, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'd recommend looking into it. I think you could do far better with it than I could. But yeah, but basically you'd have to either create like a database of all possible programs, which would be, infinitely large as more and more programs are created, or you would have to have basically run the program faster than it can actually be run on the target computer, at which point you might as well just run the program on this faster computer,
Yeah, like I said, I'd need to look into that more, and
Yeah.
like no one else really has anything to say there. But We do have a
Yeah.
couple more guests and about 7 minutes left, so we're going to see if we can get a theist up here in the next 7 minutes, because that would be really nice, because it's been like 5 atheists back to back, or atheist agnostics back to back. But we do appreciate you coming up, and I'll look into the halting problem more.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not omniscient.
Yeah, and thanks for having me on, and it was great talking to you.
Yep, thanks for coming
Not
up.
only that, but
Yep.
we do want to send a shout out to Alan Turing, one of the founders of the computer science
Oh yeah,
field.
I do programming, so
Yep. Thank you, 8-Bit.
Take it easy.
yeah, no
Thanks for coming
problem. Have a good.
We've got Soul died by something, by thoughts. Oh, looks like they're muted. That's a good start. What's going on?
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, for some reason I can't hear you, Paco. Let me. I don't know if I've been in a VC with you at one point and turned people down and turned you down at one point. Let me just try to sort that out. Sorry.
All right, we've got Josiel. What's going on, Josiel?
Hello, hello.
I saw you light up there for a minute, but I didn't hear anything.
Josiel, are you there?
That was chewing sounds.
Try reconnecting.
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you now.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes. What's going on?
Why are you guys doing this?
To help people reason better, to help people through their theism, to promote a better society. I'm sure they have some reasons.
Yeah, because
Okay,
I'm a pastor, right?
Okay, but what if people don't want to reason?
That's not a good thing. But
I mean, do you not
why would they not
see?
want to reason? What would like? How can that possibly help impact our society? Possibly by not reasoning.
I mean, they could have faith.
That's the
That's
problem.
unjustified belief. That's exactly what Amy said. That's the problem.
Who said they need to justify their beliefs?
I mean, that's one of the general ideas behind philosophy, right?
Well, philosophy isn't God.
I mean, if you think everybody should just have arbitrary morality and arbitrarily follow, I mean, I guess we can't make you change your mind, but that doesn't seem like a good belief to hold based off of the evidence available to us.
Yeah, well, I think you're a piece of shit.
Goodbye.
Okay. Remember, everyone, that was someone trying to defend theists. I don't know what their actual beliefs were, but...
Yep. Does anybody else want to come up? Maybe with Angela?
Yeah, some people come up. Great. But what did he say? I had to disconnect. If you don't want to repeat it, that's fine. But
Dingleberry. What's up,
what did-
Angelo?
Hi, everyone.
What's up, Antangelo?
What's up, Amy?
Not too much. Having a good day. What's new with you and what's on your mind?
Not much. Not much, really. Just came back from lunch.
Hey, Angelo, do you believe in any gods or goddesses or supernatural things, or what's going on today? What would you like to talk about?
Well, I think you guys know my beliefs, right? I'm a Christian, so yes, of course, I believe that God exists.
What are you wanting to talk about today, Otangelo?
Well, if you want to choose the topic, Taco, up to you.
I mean, you're the one that believes in a God thing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So prove it, I guess. Prove that this thing that you believe it. I guess define this thing that you believe in, and then prove it exists.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you on Taylor Joe.
Otangelo is my name. Well, I don't have proofs that God exists, but I think a deity that is an eternal, powerful, conscious creator best explains our existence.
Does this consciousness have a structure to it?
God as a spirit doesn't have a physical structure, no.
What's a spirit?
That's a good question. Difficult to answer, actually. But I can give you here some attributes to what consciousness would be. Would that be okay?
Consciousness appears to require structure. You're saying there's no structure. I don't know how this thing that's a spirit. Well, you can't even define spirit. I don't know where to go from there.
Yeah, it's difficult really to define a spirit when you don't have anything physical to characterize it, right? Yeah, I agree with you on that.
You should tell Taco
to
wine.
characterize it.
A good
Do you have
vodka.
any examples of a mind without some type of physical structure to it?
As I said, a spirit or a mind is by definition a non-physical.
Well, I asked a specific question, Otangelo. Do you have any examples of a mind without some type of physical structure to it, or a consciousness without some type of physical structure to it?
Well, I think that God doesn't have a physical structure. He is just a spirit, right? So spirit can be
For an example for you to define, to provide something similar to what you're describing, and you're saying this thing that I'm describing has that. But that wasn't the question that was asked. The question that was asked was, do you have any examples of a mind or a consciousness without some type of physical structure to them?
I cannot show you an example in the sense of physically showing.
You're
to you.
done.
No, I can't do that.
Sorry. My not Fox or but not Fox. I don't know that tick from that guy. Yeah, it triggered. But what's up, Otangelo? So you don't have an example of a mind without physical substrate or physical structure to it?
I'm sorry, Taco. What did you say?
So you don't face of Yah. That's who I got that tick from. You're done. But so you don't have an example of you don't have a single example of a mind or a consciousness without some type of physical substrate or physical structure to it?
Well, how could I even show you something that is not physical?
Those don't seem to exist. I mean, although some people
show
would
me
say
something
that
physical,
like
that is what physical
concepts
means,
would
really.
be non-physical, but even if
I guess
we granted
gases
that,
can
I
be
mean, those would
invisible.
still arise from the physical structure of the universe, right? As those would be a product of the brain in that, or the mind, which is a product of the brain, which is basically, if you're an identity theorist like me, the brain, right? So
Well, I would disagree with you on that. What I would say is this, that in order for you to recognize that abstract things and relationships exist, you need actually you need to use a mental process to recognize it. But these things ontologically they exist independently of there being someone being able to recognize them or not.
can you provide one example of an abstract concept? So you're Platonist then, right?
Yeah, I'd say that the fact that 1 + 1 is 2 this is something which is true independently
Because it rhymes.
from the fact that eventually there can be a mind recognizing that state of
Be
affairs or
true
not.
though, without a
Yes,
system of
yes,
mathematics.
yeah, it is true that 1 + 1 is always 2.
That's just an analytical truth, a mathematical truth based on the system of mathematics that you're using. And you're saying that that would exist outside of the mind, but there's a system to that. That's a mathematical truth based on the system that you're talking about.
Yes, and I would say that this system exists as an abstract independently from the fact that someone can recognize it or not.
What you're trying to prove with that, though, is that something, the number 2, in this mathematics system specifically, exists without the system existing.
I don't understand what you're trying to say here.
You're trying to say that there's like a number 2 floating out there, and then the rules of mathematics somehow floating out there in the universe. And you're saying that we reference those, right?
Yes.
And what I'm saying is that seems to be true because of the system that we use and the categories that we've assigned, right? So the number 2 and the number 1 are labels that we assign to specific quantities. And we use the system to, I guess, calculate these quantities or follow the rules of the system, right? And you're saying that exists outside of the system in the universe. And but what I'm saying is that even if we grant that these things exist non-physically, they're still a product of this physical consciousness, right? And you're saying, no, that's not a product of the physical consciousness. That's a product of the, or I guess you wouldn't even say it's a product. You're saying that like exists independently of anything concrete, right?
I would say it is not a product of anything. It is simply an abstract fact, something that is simply true, logically true, that numbers exist, that mathematical formulas give true values. You can sum up 1 + 1, and that gives you 2. And this fact doesn't depend on a mind recognizing this state of affairs.
So I presented a much more coherent system for that in response to your claim, even though the burden of proof isn't on me in this case. So I guess go ahead and show us how this exists independent of the system and the labels that we ascribe.
How it exists? Well, I can recognize that this state of affairs exists and that it is true, simply by understanding the concepts and that these abstract things can exist.
In the mind as a product of consciousness from systems that we've created with labels that we ascribe to things.
Yeah, I can. If there would be no mind, then this abstract state of affairs would still be true. 1 + 1 would still be 2, even if there wouldn't be any mind to recognize that.
That's the rules of the system. But it wouldn't
Yes,
exist
correct.
independent of a mind.
Well, wouldn't 1 + 1 be 2 anymore if there would be no mind to recognize that?
Well, two things would group together, right? Like you could have 2 rocks grouping together. You get enough rocks, and a planet develops, forms, right? But what we're saying is that concepts, abstractions, addition, right? These are emergent properties from mind,
from thought, which is an emergent property from the brain.
I don't think so. I actually
But the
strongly
rocks would still
disagree with
gather,
that.
right?
I would say that, for example, the rule of logic, they
Rocks don't
exist.
calculate, right? Rocks don't add together, right? They just do. They group, right? But they don't add. I mean, they're doing stuff, but the addition that's an abstraction that arises from the brain, from the mind.
In fact, if I could point out where I think the confusion comes from, we have an equation. The equation is 1 + 1 = 2. That is something that we've made from our mind. Now, we use that. We can make it reflect reality. But if we were to die, all humans, it would still take 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen to make water. And it's not that there is this floating equation in the sky saying 1 + 1 = 2. It's just that there are laws of nature that are pulling things together.
Yeah, there's no 2 in the group, right? I mean, there's 2. There's a grouping.
Well, and we're basically trying to attach a language to what is happening in the universe. And so we've created in our mind what a 1 looks like and what a plus symbol looks like. And we make this into a 2. We can then try to express that. We have this rock and we have this rock. Now we have 2 rocks. Again, we're using our reasoning and we're creating kind of a language to describe the universe, but it doesn't stem from our mind. It's really our minds trying to make sense of the universe.
I've asked ChatGPT here, do the laws of logic exist outside of the mind? And the answer here is the question of whether the laws of logic exist outside of the mind is one of the most profound issues in metaphysics, epistemology, and philosophy of mathematics. There are 3 major perspectives on this issue. One is realism, which is what I hold to. This view holds that the laws of logic exist independently of human thought and are discovered rather than invented. The laws of logic are necessary for any possible reality. Even if no mind existed, contradictions could not be true. Mathematical truths, which depend on logic, seem to exist in a timeless, abstract realm, like Plato's realm of forms. And scientific discoveries often reveal pre-existing logical and mathematical structures in nature. And the implication, logical principles are not just descriptions of how we think, but fundamental aspects of reality itself. The universe seems to be structured according to these laws of logic, suggesting that they have an ontological grounding beyond human cognition. I think that last part is very, very interesting. And then there is
That
the
is
second
position on the topic, and I'm anomalous. I hold a totally opposing position to that.
Yeah, and then there are 2 others, which is conceptualism, mind-dependent but universal, and nominalism, which is a human construct.
But the laws
Then
of logic
the
are just tautologies. They're just saying it is what it is, it isn't what it isn't, and it can't be and not be at the same time. And that's just basically things that we observe about the universe, saying that it is not a crazy universe. Things aren't just suddenly they are and then they aren't. But I don't think when they say it doesn't stem from a mind, it's true. Without our minds, a rock would still be a rock.
Yes, I agree with that. So here, the end point, which view is the most coherent? The most compelling case is for realism or conceptualism, because First, logical laws seem necessary and universal. They are not contingent or culture dependent. They are not dependent on a mind existing or not, which is what I said previously. Two, science and mathematics rely on pre-existing logical structures rather than inventing them. And three, logic applies even in hypothetical worlds. We cannot conceive of a reality where contradictions are true. A purely
Antangelo,
materialistic, yeah.
can I ask, is your God a mind?
Yes, I believe God is a mind, a conscious mind. Yes.
And then what this is saying is the laws of logic don't need a mind, right?
No, I don't think they need a mind. I think
You
that
can be a
the order,
naturalist and think that no gods exist and still hold the Platonic position or still hold the reified position that you're stating, right? And in my opinion, a Platonic position, or saying, I guess more along the lines of saying that the laws of logic underpin or undergird reality, would be a reification, right? There's a lot of systems of logic, right? You're talking about classical logic specifically. There's a lot of systems that we've created to describe stuff, mathematics, right? It's not a perfect representation of stuff. There's no pie that exists in reality, right? It's just mathematics, right? Which is a system that we've created. And we assign labels and categories to things to describe the way that stuff works, to count stuff, to put value on things, to figure out the world, right? The laws of logic, the classical laws of logic, are often called the laws of thought, right? Because they're describing a solid way to think that's going to allow you to arrive at more true than false things, or distinguish the difference between something that coheres with reality and doesn't cohere with reality. Or if you're looking within the system, you can create like a sound argument, right?
Well, what I think is that the laws of logic, they are true independently. There being a mind which can recognize them, and they are still true if the naturalistic worldview would be true.
Then your God is not parsimonious, right?
So how do you convince somebody with my position that a Platonic realm is real, or that the laws of logic undergird the way the universe works and aren't simply just laws of thought?
Well, that would be already a different question. The fact that the universe is intelligible, that it is stable, and that it is life permitting, that would be a different.
Epistemology and ontology. You're saying that because things exist, these exist. I'm asking you an epistemological question about, or I guess I'm asking you about ontology, right? But how do you, but how do you actually, how do I phrase this? So when I ask you, how do you know this, or how do you explain this to somebody or convince them, it's how do you explain what you know, the epistemological portion. You're saying that these things exist, which is ontology. Let's stick to epistemology for a second. So how do you convince somebody that these things exist in this ontological state that you're stating?
Well, first of all, it's never my job to try to convince others about the state of affairs. What I can do is explain what I believe and why, and then if others become convinced or believe what I believe, that's not up upon me, that is upon other people. But in regards of the laws of logic, I think we all can understand and convey that something cannot be true and false at the same time.
So truth is something that we ascribe to propositions either that align with the state of affairs or align with the system that they're a part of, right? So, like mathematical truth, for example, 1 + 1 = 2, right? That's following the rules of math. You've got the quantities line up, right? You're following the system. If I make the statement, a dog is eating food, and the dog is eating food, that statement's going to be considered true, right?
Yeah, and the law of identity, it's not possible that something is and isn't at the same time.
So identity is a different metaphysical topic, in that identity is how do things stay the same over time, right? That has nothing to do with the law of identity, which is one of the laws of logic, right? So, like, actual identity, think of like I did a video on this last night. Think about the ship of Theseus, right? If you're constantly changing out the parts of the ship over time, does that ship, or is that ship still the same ship in a year or 2 years or whatever time it takes when you've replaced all the parts of the ship?
You replace all the parts of the well, the law of identity is a thing is itself, or every proposition is identical to itself.
There's a category error. So that's not what I'm talking about. So if a ship has all of its parts replaced over, let's say, like 5 years, right? It starts out in a ship, it takes damage over time, and you have to replace the parts as they take damage. And eventually you've replaced all the parts of the ship. Is that still the same ship?
No, because you replace the parts, right?
So how would the law of identity apply to that? It doesn't. Identity, the metaphysical concept that you want to bring up when you're talking about the universe, is about how it would be the same ship. But it showed that example shows how identity can stay the same over time while undergoing change.
Yeah, the ship remains a ship, but the individual parts have been replaced.
Identity is dynamic.
Well, can I ask you again? It's an analogy, but our cells will slowly but surely replace our entire body, and we'll have a new set of cells. Are we still the same person?
Well, the thing is that neurons are not replaced, right? They are being created, starting from the neural stem cells, and once they are formed in the brain, then they will remain the same neurons over a lifetime. And that's also because you cannot replicate a cell which has over 50 billion proteins. So it's not an entire body which is which the cells are changed in the period of 7 years. It's a part of it. The brain is not. The neurons, they remain.
I think you're missing, I guess, the point of Taco's example, which is basically if you didn't know that the parts were being replaced and they looked exactly the same, I think to a lot of people on the ship, they'd say, same ship, what are you talking about? I think we have that same experience when our body replaces cells. And so it's just really a conundrum of how do we view ourselves? Yes, on a larger level on our consciousness, it's still us, and yet we are being replaced.
So is a dog today and tomorrow because of the laws of logic, or is it because of the biological processes, the laws of physics, the way that the world works, the various other natural laws I haven't mentioned, the various other natural processes I haven't mentioned? So is it because of the laws of logic that a dog remains a dog? Or is it because of these processes that are occurring that a dog remains the dog?
Yeah, this is also a very interesting question, and I asked here also AI, if a ship has all its parts replaced, is the ship still the same? And the answer here, this question is known as the ship of Theseus paradox, and it challenges the nature of identity and the persistence over time. The core question is, does an object remain fundamentally the same if all its parts are replaced? There are several possible responses based on different philosophical perspectives. And it lists here 4 different possible answers.
Sure. That was actually, I guess, the heart of it, is that it's an unsolved kind of thought dilemma that is made to challenge identity to its core.
So
Yep,
there's nothing
that's
wrong with
interesting.
using ChatGPT, Otangelo. It's got all the data in the universe that we have available, or all the data on the planet that we have available to us, right? But we're sitting here talking with you, and one of those positions that ChatGPT gave you is my position on the ship Theseus and my position on identity, right? And I'm having this conversation with you, and you're saying that there's 4 possible examples or 4 possible options of the ship of Theseus, right? I don't care. We're having a conversation. You can use ChatGPT. It's totally fine, right? But we're going to have a conversation. Don't just read the ChatGPT off to me and then say that when we're actually having a conversation and thinking about this stuff. Like you're ignoring the
Yeah,
things
I
that are
mean, I
being
could
said to
simply
you.
respond, Taco, I could simply respond to you, I've never thought about your question, and then be it like this, because I really never thought about it. So, and usually when I don't know something, I go look up on ChatGPT what it tells me, because there I have the answers to something that I yet don't
I don't know if
know.
that's good or
But if you
bad.
think that I shouldn't do, and during a conversation tell you what the
Well,
answer
it's fine if you're
is that
looking up terms and stuff,
ChatGPT is
right?
giving me, that's okay, and I can just say, well, I don't know, and then we can move on to another topic eventually.
I'm saying use your brain, right? So is a dog today and tomorrow because of the law of identity, which you think undergirds reality? Or is it these physical processes that are occurring that allow the dog to maintain its form?
I would have to think about it. I'm not in obligation to give you an immediate answer to your question.
You want to think about it for 10 or 20 seconds?
I am really not in the mood right now to think really hard about this.
What the?
You came up here and you're having these discussions and you're posing either a platonic realm or you're reifying logic, and I'm providing an example that I think counters your position quite well, and your response is, I don't want to think about this, after straight reading from ChatGPT, which one of the explanations that ChatGPT gave is probably my position on the topic.
I am really sorry, but I am here in parallel in a business conversation with someone, and maybe you should call some. There are 2 people here that would like to talk, so I will actually leave here the stream. I am sorry, Taco. I cannot fully concentrate myself here on this conversation. Okay, my business partner, he just called me and he is asking me some things which I have to respond. So I'll be happy to think about the question. I think it's an interesting topic, and I will be happy to answer it next time and give you my position on that. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would love to hear your position on that, because I think it's a very interesting question myself, which is why I've thought about it and why I brought it up, right?
Yeah. Okay, have a good one. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye, Angelo.
Have a good one. Do y'all want to do any more guests, or are y'all feeling tired for the day? Or
Well, I know that mere theism was in my chat, so I almost would feel bad if we didn't take them. I know I'm not sure. Twist, are you a theist, an atheist?
it looks like mere I cannot speak. It looks like mere theism was in queue first, so we'll pull them up. Then let's put a stop at the end of that for the day. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan.
Cool. Mere theism, I'm pulling you up. Nothing against you, autist. It's just we've been doing this for several hours now. What's going on, mere theism?
Hey there, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Excellent. Yeah. I was just listening in a little bit to your conversation with the previous guest, and I feel like y'all were kind of talking past each other because at the beginning of the conversation, we should have defined what we mean by physical in the first place.
All right. Do you have? I generally mean the naturalistic world, but do you have? What do you mean by physical?
If you're asking about the ontology of what physical, or if you're asking about the ontology of physical, it would generally be like energy or a product of energy, something along those lines, right?
Yeah, this is. I always find this really interesting because, to my mind, the concept of physical or physicality seems very elusive, and we all sort of mean different things, or we're referring to different aspects when we talk about it. What do you mean by energy or by the naturalistic world?
Sure.
Energy is the ability to do work. It's measurable in many different ways. It can take many different forms. It's what everything ultimately consists of. It is, I guess, what would be like an abstract description of the fundamental substrate, and everything that exists consists of condensed energy, right?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, but so in what way is this exactly like contrary to the idea of consciousness or spirituality as existing in a reified sense? Because it doesn't sound like you're saying anything contrary to that.
Well, it would be consciousness is a product of the stuff doing the stuff that stuff does.
What do you mean by that?
Consciousness is a product of this stuff doing the stuff that stuff does. The stuff has processes. The processes produce the consciousness.
Okay, can I sort of say where I'm coming from on that then? When we talk about physical, I heard a lot of things like physical refers to stuff, physical refers to like energy that has the property of being able to do work and so on and so forth.
Energy stuff.
And just call it energy stuff, yeah.
Because it takes many forms.
But the thing that was most interesting that you said is something along the lines of it's a description of the like the observations of the processes that we observe in the universe. Would that categorize what you mean by physical, more or less?
What do you mean?
Oh, like when we're talking about something physical, we're talking about a description that we apply, like an abstraction or a description that we apply to some empirical process that we observe in the world. And whatever, like perhaps mathematical spatiotemporal description that we apply to this observation, this is what we're referring to by physicality. Would you agree with that?
It consists of stuff, generally, right? Or not generally, every time it would consist of stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what the problem is. When we talk about stuff, you have something in your mind. I have something in my mind. When I think about stuff, I'm thinking about this sort of consciousness or spirituality or something that exists in a subjective
What is
sense.
spirituality?
Spirituality is a sort of catch-all term that I use to mean the first-personness or the mentalness of reality.
No idea what you're saying there.
See, and
Okay,
I would call
You say
that
it's consciousness?
consciousness. Yeah.
Consciousness, yeah. So what I mean is, so when I am talking to you, listening to you, I have my first person subjective experience of you. But when I observe you, what I see is a third person observation of you. And then from your perspective, you have a first person subjective experience of me. But when you hear me, what you're hearing or seeing or whatever it may be is an objective experience of me. And that division between the subjective and the objective is sort of what I'm getting at when I use the word spirituality. The spiritual
Why would you
refers to
borrow from our worldview and call it spirit, right? When it's consciousness, right?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's borrowing. This is just a matter of terminology. We can drop the word spirituality. What I'm more concerned with is the concept behind the word. So if you want to use consciousness or if you want to use subjectivity, use whatever word is most appropriate from your perspective.
And I would also say it's that our bodies are having subjective experiences while we try to understand objective things. So, for example, we're trying to understand specific wavelengths of color. Our bodies are doing the best they can and our brains to interpret that data. There is technically an objective wavelength that is cruising through space that bounces off our eye. However, it is our subjective bodies that are interpreting it. I would say it's this kind of just communication that we're having between our subjective minds and the objective world. I would agree with what you just said. I think we should get rid of the word spirituality. I understand why you're using it in context with other theists, but I think that the natural world, in fact, just to get back to, because that was my anchor word, I would even say even closer would be a body when we're talking about things that are physical, because the mind seems to be more of an abstract concept that is more generated from neurons. However, I still think it always has to go back to that physical brain.
Okay, so you say that the physical brain is what constitutes the mind or mental experience or our bodies subjectively interpreting the observations of the world around us. And this is constituted by the physical brain.
Yes, I would absolutely agree.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I think that my, like trying to go deeper into the conversation, I would say, what do we mean by the physical brain? What does it mean for something to be physical? Are we referring to something having some spatiotemporality or something having some kind of empirical, objective,
when
observational
you
attribute?
want to know what the physical brain is, like we can demonstrate it, right? We can show you, you can poke at it and touch a brain. You can hold a brain in your hand, right?
I mean, we're not going to sit here and redefine terms that have already been defined, but do you think that a consciousness exists absent, or do you think consciousness is some type of like non-physical, that as in it's not a product of some type of physical substrate or some type of physical structure?
Yeah, I think everything is non-physical, and I think physicality is a description that we apply to things, abstracted.
You're an idealist?
Basically, yeah.
So you don't think there's any parts to the universe?
What do you mean by parts? I would say that there are parts to the universe.
Are abstractions? Do abstractions consist of parts?
I would say that inasmuch as abstractions are referring to metaphysically distinct attributes of things, then we can consider them parts, at least in a metaphysical sense.
But consciousness doesn't consist of parts?
consciousness, when we're talking about, say, a limited finite creature that has a subjective experience of consciousness dissociated from the rest of reality, I would say, yeah, it has parts because, this creature has limitations, constraints that condition its separation from the rest of reality. And those are things that we can section off into parts. Yeah.
Like, you don't think an abstract concept consists of parts.
An abstract concept itself would not consist of parts, no. I would say that fundamentally what grounds all of reality is something that has no parts. But I would say that the finite world, like the contingent world, has parts.
How would parts arise from non-parts?
Parts arise from non-parts by participating in the ultimate reality in varied ways.
But the ultimate reality would consist of parts unless you're committing I think that would be a composition fallacy where you're saying that composition or division, I always get them mixed up, but basically you're saying that the initial thing would be, you're taking a look at all the stuff that exists and saying that the initial thing would be totally different, right? And it would be the same thing if you said, yeah, it absolutely certainly is the case this way at the fundamental level, right? But looking at the reality and all the stuff consisting of parts, the only inductive case you could make, at least in my opinion, would be that the stuff is arising from pre-existing stuff. And you're saying that the stuff is arising from not stuff, because you're saying that the fundamental reality is not stuff.
Well, yeah, I would say that if you follow sort of the terminal chain of being down to its fundamental level, eventually you're going to get to something that is unconditioned. And it's not so much as postulating there is this, simple non-composite thing at the bottom of reality and then working from there to all the stuff. I think it works the other way. When you follow all the stuff that has limitations and conditions down to its terminal level, you arrive at some sort of necessary ground level to reality that doesn't have
the
parts.
Universal quantum field, I totally agree.
Well, I don't think that the universal quantum field would necessarily fit that criteria.
But can I tell you what wouldn't fit? I
What?
do not think a consciousness would fit as any fundamental part to the universe. I struggle to understand why something so complex that took billions of years would actually be something by which all simpler mechanisms would be contingent or dependent on.
How would
Yeah,
the
it's a great
most
point.
simple thing possible not meet? It exists by its own nature. It provides a complete and sufficient explanation for everything in the universe. It cannot fail to exist. It would have to exist in all possible worlds. It's the most fundamental form of the stuff that exists. How could that not meet that requirement? Anything other than that would be redundant.
Yeah, because when you're talking about the quantum field, like the fundamental quantum field, what that is essentially is a kind of mathematical model that we make abstractly.
It's modeling the stuff that exists.
No, I would disagree with that. I would say that the quantum field theory, it's an abstract mathematical model, predictive model that we use to describe, things in as much as they are. Again, the state of the energy, all of these descriptions that we apply help us to describe the spatiotemporality of a thing in abstraction.
You're describing
but
something. You're describing something that exists.
But you're not describing it in its completeness. You're not describing every aspect of the thing that exists.
It's describing the fundamental nature of the stuff.
Okay, tell me, how does the quantum field fundamentally describe everything.
Yeah, it's a complete and sufficient explanation for everything in the universe. The energy exists. There is probably a quantum fluctuation or quantum fluctuations of stuff expands rapidly, and then with the expansion of the space time, this stuff is able to cool over time as it expands, and then this thermodynamic system changes stuff over time. The chemical reactions occur, and it cools down, and it provides a complete and sufficient explanation for everything in the universe, and it's the most simple explanation possible without applying unnecessary variables.
But the only thing that you're describing, again, is just essentially spatiotemporality. You're describing this mathematically, quantifiably modelable aspect of reality, but you're not describing qualitative aspects of reality. You're not describing... What's that?
You can measure the stuff. Who cares about qualia?
Measure, again, the word measure itself refers only to quantitative spatiotemporal abstractions of our observations. They don't refer to the other aspects of our observations.
It's just measuring the stuff that exists.
You're only describing this tiny little sliver of reality.
About our qualia, right? Like, to an identity theorist, qualia is just these physical processes occurring, right?
How?
It's just the stuff occurring. It's like red. You see red because of the way that light bounces off of stuff and the properties of that stuff. There's a certain quantity of all these properties in that stuff. The light gets absorbed in certain wavelengths. Certain wavelengths reflect. Your retinas, I don't know that whole process, right? But your retinas do the work and process that in your brain, and you see red, right?
So
I would
like,
just
when
say,
you go to the
from my
doctors,
perspective,
right? Like they first thing that you do, you step on a scale, right? The doctor doesn't say like, let's say you're an obese woman, right? He doesn't say like, well, how do you feel you weigh, right? They take the measurement, right? And that's objective. There's no qualia to like, oh, how do you feel like a thin obese, even though you're this obese woman?
well, I mean, the difference between like a person's subjective feeling or assessment of themselves is different than sort of what I was talking about with Taco. But Taco, to answer your point, I mean, everything that you just said, you were talking about, light, photons, frequencies, your retinas, all of these things. You're describing all of these, again, spatiotemporal aspects, but you're not describing redness. You're not actually capturing the thing that you say that you're capturing. You're just describing the spatiotemporal aspects of those things abstractly, and then saying that it's the same thing as redness, when in my perspective, it's obviously different.
I don't actually think that qualia outside of what I just described exists, right? And so when you're saying all this stuff to me, I have a totally different opinion on it than you do, and that's fine.
Yeah, and I would just say that's
totally describable by quantities.
I would just say, again, from my perspective, and we're having different intuitions here, but it's just obviously not true from my perspective. We experience qualia. This is something that is imminently true to our empirical experience of the world. It's actually the only thing that we really experience. The quantitative measurements that we make are something that we abstractly apply to the qualia that we observe. But the thing that we fundamentally experience of the universe is the qualia. And to say that the qualia don't exist is actually just to deny what we basically experience fundamentally of the universe.
Yeah, I mean, my intuition, and not just intuition, based off the reasoning that I've done, I just think that you are taking the opposite position on it based off of nonsense, right? I mean, I've kind of already described, like you can literally measure what's going to make somebody see red, right? I mean, we literally know what is going to make somebody see red. You can break it down step by step and explain these processes. I don't see how there's anything. And if somebody doesn't see red and they're colorblind, we even know what causes that, right? I think you're just assigning a value to quote unquote qualia that's not really there, right?
Taco,
think it's all
the problem,
quantitative in its fundamental nature.
the problem with this theist, right, this mere theism, is he wants to hold on to qualia so he can hold on to his false position, or whatever the term would be. Like he's like the overweight woman, right, in the doctor's office saying that she feels thin, right, when the scale says otherwise. This qualia that she feels, right, is what she needs to hold on to tell herself that, you know, she's not obese, she's not, you know, there's nothing to be concerned about here.
I think that Wise Ape has moved from a philosophical discussion into a psychoanalysis of me.
Well, I'm sorry I misgendered you. I apologize. I'm not always good with assuming one's gender. I didn't mean to.
Well, and if I could just, so qualia was coined by Daniel Dennett. You know, he's interested in the, you know, in the realm of consciousness. I think that it is still the cutting edge. I go back and forth whether I'm for or against the term myself. But what I think is more interesting is that what we're trying to really explain is the feeling of the emergence, kind of this mixing pot that becomes consciousness. And I think that it is very specifically that mixing and merging that gives us that emergent process, because as we are walking around, we're having many sensors go off. You know, what it feels like outside, you know, thoughts from our memories, the sun on our face, and all of this kind of comes together along with this, I would say, other mechanism of feeling first and third person, which can also get dislodged and lodged around with medication, meditation, all sorts of things. And so it is generated from both our body and our neurons. Neurons are just cells like any other. I know that they take 10 times the amount of energy in a lot of cases. However, they still are just living their lives while sending signals. So it's not that I think that they are conscious of the fact that they are building our consciousness. And so all of this is to say that it seems to be this natural process that while we may not understand or even have the right language to properly explain the phenomena that is going on, I would still strongly put my foot forward and say there's no evidence that anything supernatural is going on. And so far, I would say that we have good evidence for why the realm of neurology is the right department and the future of where we're going to understand consciousness.
Yeah, I'd say to that, I really appreciate your sort of a very evocative and colorful description of what's going on neurologically. It's very compelling. But what I would say about it is it sort of buries what the central problem is underneath all of these complexities of, you know, what you're referring to as the relationship between our sort of person level experience and how it emerges from these complex psychological and neurological processes. What really it comes down to is emergence itself. What even is emergence? How do these qualitative experiences actually emerge from something that is utterly non-qualitative? And I would say that there isn't really any explanation that you can give that doesn't actually amount to its own version of magic from my perspective.
See, I was with you up until that end point, because it doesn't appear magical to me. In fact, not only would I say it's not magical, but I think we think that it's so amazing. I think we have a built-in human bias, because this is how we maneuver around and gather energy, how we function, and it works pretty well for us, at least in our opinion. And so I think we anthropomorphize most of life, but the vast majority of life seems to do just fine without consciousness. And I would even say that consciousness has other functions that are kind of tied and go hand in hand, and yet we don't pay them any attention because I hate to say that it lacks glamour, but I'll give you an example. I think that one of the mechanisms that goes hand in hand with consciousness is digestion. Because of how we function, we don't gather energy through the sun. We're not fungus. We don't inject our stomach. And so it's our job to go around, pick food, and put it in our body. And we have a very specific digestive mechanism going hand in hand to deal with this. And yet, it's not really, fun to say that there could be a fundamental digestion mechanism that is necessary to the universe. At least there doesn't seem to be many people pushing that.
So your stomach breaks
I really
down
like that.
food,
Thank you.
and then it pushes it into the next part, and then your various internal organs your intestines are absorbing nutrients, and all this is the digestive process, right?
Right, yes.
It's not just one part, right? An analogy, though, you were asking about emergent properties. Do you know what emergent properties are?
Tell me.
Well, what would you define emergent properties? Because you were combating emergent properties like you had some other position. What is an emergent property?
Okay, yeah. To respond to that directly, I would say emergent properties, because I'm not an emergentist, but I would say generally they're referring to any parts of an experience that can't be captured by physical descriptions or by spatiotemporal descriptions.
So emergent properties are going to be things that arise when the parts operate as a whole that don't appear independently in the parts.
What about the ship of Theseus?
It's an identity question.
I would say, well, again, I heard you talking about this earlier with the previous guest, and I found it amusing because I don't really think that it directly is relevant to the law of identity as a logical problem, which I don't think the previous guest was grasping. But I would say about the ship of Theseus is I think it's an artifact. I don't think it's a substance. I don't think the ship actually exists in a reified sense. I think it is just something that we attribute. But I do think that there are things that exist in a reified sense as substances. And I think that our qualitative experience of reality, our subjectiveness in and of itself, is something that exists in a reified sense. And I think that your exploration of the ship of Theseus problem actually works in a way to undermine your own position, because there's no way that you actually get anything like a reified ship from the ship of Theseus when you deconstruct its parts and put it together. There's no point at which it becomes a whole ship. But there is a point at which you become a whole something that experiences reality. You are a something that experiences reality, no matter which part
of
of
the
your
ship
experience
of
you focus on.
Theseus was that even undergoing constant change, it remains the same ship roughly, right? It's showing that change is identity is a dynamic process undergoing whatever change is occurring, right? Now,
And I just disagree with that. I think that the ship is an
like I
artifact.
said, we're kind of off topic from the emergence though now, because this is more of an identity question. But so my analogy I was going to give on emergent properties, right? So movement is not something that is so like you have parts of a car, right? And let's say that it's missing a couple tires and it's got it's set up on cinder blocks and the engine doesn't work. It's not going to be moving, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, there's constant change and whatnot, but it's not going to be moving from that position generally, right? Now,
Right, yeah, I'm following you.
Now you have a working car, right? You have all the parts, the wheels, the engines working, everything's good, right? All these parts in tandem generate movement. In that example, the movement would be an emergent property of the parts working in tandem that the parts themselves don't provide, or that doesn't occur from the parts individually, right?
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think that's what emergentism is. What you're talking about, all of these parts working together, movement doesn't emerge out of that. Movement happens mechanically as a result of all of these parts working together. And when you analyze all of these parts, there's nothing actually that emerges from them that generates the movement. Now, what you could call as emergent is this idea of we're driving the car, like we're performing this action that we register as driving as a qualitative sort of abstract
so if the parts
concept.
aren't working in tandem and the parts are individually just the parts, they're not going to move. If the parts are together and in the proper order, and you put fuel in it and you get it going, it's going to generate movement. That's the emergent
Yeah,
process.
I would say that physical spatiotemporal movement is disanalogous to qualitative experience and to any other thing that you would call an emergent property of something. So I don't think that really
I'm an
follows.
identity theorist. Qualia to me is nonsense, right? It's all physical processes occurring in certain quantities, right?
And
what
I've
you're
already
calling
said, I don't
qualia
think that there's
is
any
how we
reason.
interpret that, which is, in my opinion, total nonsense, right?
Yeah, and I've already given my position, which is I don't think that we have any reason to dismiss what is essentially the wholeness of our experience, our entire experience, and to reduce it to something that is essentially just a spatiotemporal abstraction. When, mathematically abstracting and describing our observations of reality is itself something that is a qualitative experience. So I don't think that we have any reason to sort of reduce everything to spatiotemporality in that way. And that's what I perceive that you're doing with calling motion and an emergent property. You're essentially just attributing spatiotemporality the property of being emergent, which is, you see what the problem is there with that. What was that?
I feel like that's a mischaracterization of what I was saying.
Well, but do you understand why I say that?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what was said, and you're operating from a different position with rose-tinted glasses, and you're hearing what I'm saying, and you're interpreting it from your position, and then spitting
Well,
it
you're
back
saying
out
that
to
when
me
you
with your
put all of
rose-tinted
these
glasses
pieces of,
on, right?
may I try to describe what it is
Theism
that you're saying?
is
We're on the same page.
extremely dishonest, right? That's his position.
I'm sorry, Taco. Can I try to describe back to you in my own words what you're saying and see if we're on the same page? Oh, are you still
go
there?
ahead.
I think
Okay,
he
great.
turned you down to 0, right?
So what I thought that you were saying is, when you have the parts of a car, all of these parts, if they're not, put together properly, then you don't get movement. But when you put all of the parts of the car together, then what you get as an emergent feature of all of these parts working together is movement. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that movement is spatiotemporal. It is another physical abstraction that you're using to describe something.
Spatiotemporal. Who cares?
But then if you're referring to something directly spatiotemporal as an emergent property, you actually haven't referred to something that is supposedly non-spatiotemporal that is emerging from physical properties. So you haven't actually captured something that is what we would need to capture when we're referring to emergent.
Physical, I'm saying that there's a fundamental substrate that this stuff derives from of energy, whatever forms it takes. And I'm not saying spatiotemporal because that implies space-time. And in the state, the fundamental state, the universal quantum field, who knows if time or space are fundamental, right? I don't think using spatiotemporal here is the correct terminology, right? So you're talking
Okay, we can
about
block
the state of
spatiotemporal
being
then.
of stuff, right? And you're saying, how does this stuff exist? And you're saying spatiotemporally, yeah, currently this current representation of the universe is entirely spatiotemporal as it exists within space or as a part of space-time. Space-time is
Okay.
space-time is the structure of reality, right? But
I see what you're saying. I think that's we're getting a little bit off from what I was trying to communicate, and I'll backtrack. Okay, spatiotemporal. I see why that's problematic. I'm not trying to say that everything is space-time on your view. Like, that would be a ridiculous mischaracterization of your view. Maybe it would be better to say quantitative mathematical descriptions or abstractions of reality.
There's
That's
stuff
more what it seems like we're
exists,
talking
and the stuff turns into stuff. That's my view.
Yeah, but again, when you say that, you're saying stuff as though it is this reified thing. Now you're doing the reified thing, okay, but what are you
No, I'm
actually
not.
talking about?
There's a fundamental substrate that exists that changes and that has the ability to transform into other stuff, right? And when
But
this stuff,
every description that you have given of this stuff is in terms of quantitative mathematical abstraction.
you're
You
literally
haven't actually
presupposing
described anything about
idealism and saying that I'm reifying stuff. This is insane, dude. There's stuff that exists in my view, and you're critiquing my position from an idealistic perspective, and consciousness appears to, and minds appear to be a product, an emergent property of stuff as it gets more complex that emerges over time within the thermodynamic system. And you're saying somehow that is the fundamental thing, and everything originates from a non-physical version of this physical process that we see occurring.
Yeah, well, I would say that everything does. Everything fundamentally is non-physical, because I would say that physical itself refers to a sort of quantitative mathematical abstraction of what we observe in the universe. I don't think that physical stuff is what things are at their fundamental level. I think what they are at their fundamental level is something that is sort of incomprehensible or beyond comprehension, but which we can capture in some small aspect of it by referring to a quantitative description. But to get back to your point, the problem that we keep bumping into is you're referring to consciousness, to qualitative experience, all of these things as emergent properties, or as somehow like identical to physical processes, whatever we mean by that. But you still haven't
To me,
given
it's
an
all
example.
just the stuff doing stuff, right?
Right. It's all the stuff doing stuff. But you still haven't given really an example of what this emergence is. You gave an example of emergence that referred to something that was a quantitative mathematical description, but you didn't give an example of emergence that refers to how something that is non-quantitative, non-mathematical description emerges from something that is, purely mathematical, purely that kind of abstraction.
Saying that the fundamental stuff is purely mathematical.
Oh, you say you're not saying that the fundamental stuff is
Mathematics
purely
is a
mathematical.
system that we've created to try to describe stuff, and there's mathematics that doesn't align with this stuff.
So then, what is the fundamental stuff that exists? Because I would just say that it is.
Whatever the fundamental form is, quantum fields of some form, right?
Well, then, what problem do you have with saying that this sort of monistic substrate that is the foundation of reality is something that is qualitative rather than quantitative? What problem would you have with that?
What you're calling qualia emerges from the stuff doing stuff. Without the stuff doing stuff, you wouldn't have the ability to have thoughts about why something is red.
Okay, I think I see where the issue is. All right, and this actually this dovetails with what Amy was saying earlier really well. Yeah, no, when I talk about sort of qualitative experiences, you're thinking about just like, when I have a brain and I have like feelings and thoughts and things like that, and these really complex cognitive processes. But what I'm thinking of when I think about qualitativeness or subjectivity, I'm not thinking about just these complex cognitive processes that humans have. I'm sort of thinking analogously to a fundamental qualitativeness or subjectiveness to reality. The experiences that we have are not identical to the fundamental reality. Like, I think it's actually, now this is where I would probably agree with Amy more than you'd expect. I think that when theists and religious people think about our minds and then infer from that to like there is a God that is essentially like something that has a mind like ours that exists at the bottom level of reality, I do think that's a kind of hubris, and it's really misguided, because obviously that would entail that God is complex and can't perform that philosophical role that they're saying that he does, or that it does, or that she does, or that Z does, whatever you call God. I would say that our qualitative experiences of reality point to a fundamental qualitativeness or subjectiveness about the universe that is analogous to our qualitative experience, but which is beyond our experience, obviously, which we can't capture in, just our own limited finite descriptions.
I think I've already addressed that pretty thoroughly.
Well, I'm probably going to have to head out here soon, but I would just say as a sort of summary of where I think the conversation ended, I don't think that you've really established how non-mathematical properties of reality can be identical to the mathematical descriptions you were referring to. I know you wouldn't say that the stuff is purely mathematical at the bottom, but you haven't really established what it would be if not for purely mathematics, because you've only ever referred to numerical or quantitative descriptions.
Me saying energy?
Yeah, what is energy if not a quantitative description of physics?
No, energy is our abstraction, is what we call, so energy is an abstraction of the actual stuff that exists. So when we say energy, we're talking about an actual thing that exists in reality, but we call it energy.
And I have a quick question. Mir, why did you just try to make theism palatable by saying, like, there's a buffet on which gender God could be? Like, the major, theism, like Christianity, purports that God is a he, right? It's not a Z or a she or a they or them. It's a he.
Well, I would say that any educated theist of any religious background, whether you're talking about a Christian or a Jew or a theistic version of Hinduism, or the fundamental reality in Mahayana Buddhism or whatever it may be, would all agree that whatever this God is fundamentally is genderless, that gender is a property of being an animal, or a creature. And that whenever you're using gendered language to refer to God, it's essentially anthropomorphic and analogical. God is genderless. God is beyond gender.
Oh, so you've moved past the God, right? The God of the Bible, because that's a he, right?
No, the God of the Bible.
Jesus is a male, right?
Well, Jesus is a man. If you're talking about Christian theology, that's a little bit.
Well, that's right. They never want to get into the meat and the bread and butter of their beliefs. I understand that.
I think the biggest problem is that when you're doing metaphysics, you can only look at what is and extrapolate from there. And to extrapolate from stuff doing stuff and stuff arising from stuff to no stuff generating stuff, I think you would have to special plead, or there's not really a good argument you could make for that at all, no matter how hard you try, right?
Yeah, and I'm just coming from the exact opposite intuition as you. I say when we're doing metaphysics, yeah, you can only infer from what actually is. And I would say that fundamentally what actually is, okay, here I am as a subject, I exist. So there is existence. There is something that is qualitative. There is something that is subjective. There is something about reality that is real, right? Reified. And now I'm having these observations and empirical experiences that come from my sense data, right? These things are bits of information that I get about the world that I can use to help describe the world more in more detail. And we can go with our instruments of measurement and look at quanta. We can look at massive astronomical entities. We can describe these numerically from our qualitative experiences and observations of these things, and get into more detailed and more precise descriptions of reality. But I would say that at the base level, what is actually real is this existence, this subjectivity, this qualitativeness to reality, and that if you try to say that it isn't real, or it's just illusory, or that it's just a sort of emergent property of something that is non-qualitative, I think you've actually made the leap into denying something that ought not be denied, because you haven't given a justification for why you can get rid of that which is the fundamental aspect of your experience of reality. All of these things, like
I just
of
think
the
you're
brain,
interpreting it incorrectly.
I think you're interpreting it incorrectly. When you look at brain scans, you are, again, looking at qualitative experiences of someone from a third-person perspective that you, as a first-person subject, are interpreting as, okay, that brain scan is the only thing that exists. But when you look at the brain scan, all you're seeing is your qualitative experience of a brain scan, and that doesn't actually describe the other person's qualitative experience of being embodied in that brain. It's just it's a scan that you do, that a machine spits out, and then you apply some abstract meaning to it.
So how do I get this through? So can you use a machine to read somebody's brain and then present an image of whatever they saw?
No. I mean, yes, you can. You can use a machine to read someone's brain and then present an image of what was going on in their brain. But the machine isn't actually reading what they're seeing. The machine is reading the neural activity that is going on.
Some type of physical process and then putting out the objective thing going on there?
What the machine is reading is the third-person quantitative aspect of what is going on in their brain. And then it spits out some feedback based on parameters that we give in the machine, and then shows an image on a screen that then you experience, and you see it as an image. And then you attribute an identity between this image that you're seeing within your own subject and the other person's subjective experience. But the machine isn't doing anything except operating as a sort of a data measurement tool. What actually is going on fundamentally is this
able to
qualitative
present
experience.
what you're calling qualia by measuring, is what you're saying.
No, it's not able to present what I'm calling qualia. You register the observations of the machine, if we can call them observations, that's an anthropomorphism. But you register the observations of this machine as qualitative because you, a qualitative subject, are reading the measurements, and your mind constructs this qualitative interpretation of the data that the machine is registering. But that is your qualitative experience of the machine's measurements. It is not the other person's qualitative experience of their own consciousness. I mean, I just think that's obvious.
I think we're just viewing this totally differently.
And
We're
actually,
obviously viewing it
I'm
totally
going to
differently.
interrupt both of you because I actually like this conversation and I want to hear more of it, but I think we're almost coming towards hour 6. And so, if you would like Mere Theism, it was lovely having you on. We're looking forward to more great conversations, but is there a final thought you got on your mind?
No, I think that we talked a lot about this. It was actually really enjoyable for me too, and I appreciated all of your perspectives. You three are very different people from one another.
Yeah, it was lovely having you on, and I will say that who here isn't obsessed with consciousness? We can't be any other way.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you again. Maybe I'd like to come back sometime, and I hope you all have good days.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming up. Have an awesome one. I guess we'll start closing down then, and that's good because it's been like 5 hours. But everyone who was watching on Amy's stream and my stream, thank you so much. Everybody in the audience, you're all awesome. Do you guys have anything you want to say before we close out here?
Yeah, it was another fantastic stream. My joke with Randolph and Taco and the whole panel here, send love to Wise Ape, is that, I don't think we got convinced this week, but I know it's going to be next week or next month. We're going to come here and they're going to convince us. But they had a bunch of good arguments, and trying to just look over my notes. But
Well,
yes. Oh.
Yeah, and as a pastor, I'll just say, it's expected that people will return week after week, right? So I look forward to it.
That's right, indeedy. And so my final thought instead will just be thank you, Wise Ape. Thank you, Taco. Please remember to hit that like button on Taco's stream, because I know he's streaming. Sending love to everyone of my own. And yeah, another fantastic show.
Thank you, everyone. In the audiences, you're all awesome. You all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. It's time to go do other stuff for a little bit, but you guys have a great one, and we'll see you next month. And I'm sure you'll see videos from Amy and I throughout the month as normal.
Woohoo! That's right, y'all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your night.
That was a good one. I am not a fan of idealism.
And I actually, I still have to close out the stream. So I'm sending you love, Taco, and then I'm leaving the stage. But you're right. I still am very much a fan of the physical, natural world. I think that's where all the evidence leads.
I feel like it's just obfuscation from what actually is. But all right, you guys have a good one. Everyone in the audience, you have a good one. I'm closing up the stage.
Bye.
Take it easy, everyone.
All right, everybody. It was a long one, but I enjoyed it. We had some back and forth between atheists, which is always fun. They came in, as well as some good theists that came in. And I am wishing love to everybody, especially my co-host, James W. I owe him a Bible study stream. So hopefully that'll be coming up on a weekday, on one of these times we have off, up and coming. And then more midnight ranting, skeptic and rantings, a whole bunch of good fun. Give me 1 sec, I need a sip. Oh my, the dry mouth is real. But I do want to send love to all the viewers out there. Please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, all of the things that you hear now in your sleep. Like, follow, subscribe, like, follow, subscribe. I did it, YouTube. Please stop following me. Yes. Who is out there? Is there a skeptic channel that's live right now? The Line. Who doesn't love The Line? Not that they even need a shout out, and yet here I am giving it. If you want more fantastic content, they are live right now. And yes, sending love to Taco, Randolph, the whole panel on there as well. Wise Ape was with us today. And yeah, our channel members with our evolving badge system. Gosh, I want to do more content more than ever on evolution. I know we do a lot, and somehow I want to do more. Nonetheless, sending so much love to our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman. And along with James W., we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. I love you, everyone out there. I hope you have a great night. Mwah! Ba-ba-da. Bye. Didn't mean to get into whatever. Sending so much love to Social Extra Freak, Spooky, all of you. Sending so much love. Good night.